Good morning, namaskar everyone. Request you to take a seat, please. And I would like to invite the Pandits for the Vedic mantras. Please come forward. It's an honor to welcome you all for the International Ayurveda Congress. The topic is bringing Ayurveda into the mainstream. It's a pleasure to welcome you to the International Ayurveda Congress. This Congress will be a milestone for the further progress of Ayurveda in Europe. So we will start with Vedic chanting by the Pandits. So I would like to request them to start with the chanting. Namaskar, pranam.
Jai Gurudev. Mangalam yatha proktam Ayurvedam prajapatihi Jagrahanikhile nada Asvinautu punastataha Hitahitam sukham dukkam Ayustasya hitahitam Manansatasya yatroktam Ayurvedasya uchyate Hari Om Swasti na Indro Vriddhasarava Swasti na Puka Vishwaveda Swasti nastarcho arishthanemi Swasti no brihaspatridadhatu Diyo shantiran Tarikshaggung shanti Prithivi shantirapa Shantiro-khadhaya Shanti vanaspataya Shantir-vishve deva Shantir-brahma shanti Sarvaggung shanti Shantireva shanti Sama shantiredi Jato yata samihase Tato no abhayam kuru Shannaha kur parajabhyo bhayannaha Pashubhyaha Visvani devasavitardurita Niparasuva Jadvadarantanna asuva Hari Om Sri Gurubhyo Namaha Hari Om Ato Deva Avantu no Yato Vishnur Vichakrame Prithivya Saptadhamabhihi Idam Vishnur Vichakrame Tredha Nidadhe Padam Samodhamasya Pam Sure Tredi Pada Vichakrame Vishnur Gopa Adabhyaha Ato Dharmari Dharayanna Vishnu Karmari Pasyatayato Bratani Paspashe Indrasya Yujjasakha Tad Vishnu Paramam Padam Sada Pasyanti Surya Divi Vachakchura Tatam Tadvipraso Vipanyavo Jagrivam Sasamindate Vishnuryat Paramam Padam Hari Om Santi 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 Jai Gurudev.
My pranams to the Pandits for the wonderful Vedic chanting, which has, I think, reset our minds to be fully present here for this important Congress. And it's a very important Congress as we are dealing with a big issue in health, COVID. From the Sushar Samhita, I would like to say a few words. He whose dosas are in balance, whose appetite is good, whose dhatus are functioning normally, whose malas are in balance, and whose self, mind, and senses remain full of bliss, is called a healthy person. Ayurveda is a holistic, integrative health system because it includes physical, mental, and spiritual health. It includes prevention and care. It doesn't eliminate allopathy, it integrates all kinds of health systems. So that's why it's a pleasure that during this period of time we are having such a congress. Namaskar again to everyone here. Namaskar to everyone at home, wherever you are. And warm welcome to the Honourable Minister who will be here online giving his speech. Honourable Ambassador Mr. Rawat here, present with us. Distinguished guests, Rabin Balder Singh, all other guests, Namaskar. I would like to invite Girish Momaya ji to introduce the following speaker. Please.
Such a great joy that this August Assembly started with Vedic recitation. Maharishi called Ayurveda as the science of wholeness of life. It's something that emerged from Veda. Maharishi said the field of Veda is eternal, unmanifest basis of all creation, all evolution, all maintenance of life and of whole universe. Is the field where all the laws of nature are residing as, and whole functioning and order in creation and in our life happens from that unified field. When Charaka was asked, how do you describe, how we explain what is Ayurveda is? And it's such a great depth that ancient rishis had. And he said, first explain what Veda is, and then explain Ayush. And he said, Ayush is that field that underlies, which is as a continuum of consciousness. He defined it as that which is always connected with its source, that which upholds our physiological function and physiology and whole universe. And to see that depth in ancient rishis is amazing. Also, Dr. Sharda ji expressed some very beautiful verse from Sushruta, and it's amazing that he describes health, that everything that is functioning in physiology, all the structure and function of physiology are in balance and in perfect normal conditions. But he doesn't end it there. That is health, but what is health? Then he says, prasannatmendriya manaha. That is spiritual bliss existing. There is a mental happiness that is there. And there is a social harmony and happiness. Everything that we interact is in happiness, and then that person is called healthy. So very properly Maharishi called Ayurveda, connecting it with that eternal field of Veda. It's Upaveda of Ayurveda is Upaveda from Vedic. So that is great knowledge, and we want to bring that knowledge of health, knowledge of perfect life in alliance with natural law. That is what Ayurveda gives, a possibility to live healthy, happy and long life, a disease-free society. These were Maharishi's great goals that we can give through Ayurveda. And it's a great joy to inaugurate this assembly. I am very happy that we have with us Honourable Minister of State from Ministry of AYUSH, Dr Mahendrabhai Munjpara. We have with us Honourable His Excellency Pradeep Kumar Rawat ji, the Ambassador of India to the Netherlands. And from AYUSH Ministry, many very prominent organizations are represented here in the Assembly. Dr. Anupam Srivastava is Director of National Academy of Ayurveda, Ministry of AYUSH. He is present with us on stage. And we have Professor Sumit Nathani. He's from National Institute of Ayurveda from Jaipur, also under the auspices of Ministry of AYUSH. And we have with us Dr. Sachin Kumar, Assistant Advisor to Ayurveda, Ministry of AYUSH. We have with us also Dr. Choban Moda, Associate Professor, Institute of Teaching and Research in Ayurveda, fondly known as Gujarat Ayurveda University. It's a great joy to have you all here with us. Also with us is Mr. Rabin Baldevji. He has been national level coordinator in Netherlands and Caribbean for racial injustice and equality to population here. It's a great joy. We have with us our international representative. He has been president of Maharishi International University for 37 years. He's Dr. Bevan Morris, and it's a great joy to have you here, sir. He has lived his life in the presence of Maharishi and absorbed all Maharishi's knowledge of that wholeness of life, of that enlightened wisdom that human being perceive. And also with us are other directors and dignitaries from MERU as well as from Ayurveda organizations in Europe and in Holland. Also, we will be, because of the situation in Europe here, we have this as a hybrid conference, so many are connected online throughout the day. There will be a lot of presence of people online, and many speakers will be also online. So it's a great joy and honor for me now to invite Honourable Minister Dr. Munjpara to say a few words to us. Thank you so much.
Namaste to all of you. Respected Ambassador of India to the Netherlands, Mr. Pradeep Kumar Rawat, distinguished guests, Ayurveda experts, speakers from India, Netherlands and other European countries, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all at Netherlands and good afternoon at India. Greetings from India to all of you on this special occasion of formal launching of Ayurveda and Yoga courses of Maharishi European Research University, Netherlands and International Ayurveda Congress 2021. It is indeed my pleasure to see such enthusiastic participation from so many of you in the Kingdom of Netherlands on this occasion for mission to achieving good health and well-being through and yoga. I was supposed to come to the Netherlands to attend this event physically, but due to some important meeting at Delhi, I could not come here. However, it will be my pleasure to welcome you personally at the India or the Netherlands at the earliest feasible time. I extend my sincere appreciation for Maharishi European Research University, Netherlands and Embassy of India at Netherlands for their efforts to organize this event as part of celebration of the 5th year of independence, Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, and as a part of celebration of the 6th Ayurveda Day. I am sure that this International Ayurveda Conference would help in promoting the Ayurveda Yoga in the Netherlands as well as other European countries. India is blessed with rich treasure of traditional system of medicine, which include Ayurveda, Yoga, Swaripa, Siddha and Unani. India has two ministries at federal level to deal with health matter, as for example, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, providing service primarily through Western medicines, and Ministry of AYUSH through AYUSH system of the medicines. Ayurveda is the oldest system with documented history of its practice for more than 5,000 years. These systems are formally regulated under federal law of India and being practiced in country with diverse preference of people and infrastructure facility, which includes educational institutes, research organization, pharmacopoeial commissions, licensed Ayurvedic drug manufacturing units, public and private hospitals, dispensaries, and registered private practitioners providing healthcare services. As you all are aware, COVID-19 pandemic has presented an unprecedented challenge to entire medical fraternity and global healthcare infrastructure. It has been witnessed that Ayurveda and Yoga has significantly contributed in maintaining the good health status of the people in India during this pandemic. The classical Ayurveda text mentioned about epidemic management and defines immunity as ability to prevent and arrest the progression of the disease. The Ayurveda placed longer emphasis on building strength of mind and body to cope with various stresses, including infection. Various clinical studies have evidenced a vital role of Ayurveda in mitigation and management of COVID-19. India has taken various initiatives in combating COVID-19 through Ayurveda, Yoga, and has shown the path to combat COVID by improving general immunity through Ayurveda, Yoga, etc. During the pandemic, Ayurveda products as well as service and yoga have become more popular globally, resulting in multifold rise in their demand. The utility of the Ayurvedic medicine to protect people from COVID-19 has been well experienced by many countries, including European countries. Government of India has been undertaking various activities and measures at international level with the mandate to promote, popularize Ayurveda and Yoga and other Indian traditional system of medicine across the globe, including European countries. The Ministry of AYUSH provide scholarship to foreign students to come to India to study Ayurveda and other AYUSH system in India. Ministry of AYUSH has international collaboration with many countries, universities, institutes around the world in the field of traditional medicine. As the outcome of united initiative taken by the government, the Ayurveda, Yoga and other traditional system of medicine has gained a popularity at global level, and number of patients coming to India for taking AYUSH treatment has increased enormously. The National Institute as well as Research Council under Ministry of AYUSH in collaboration with other national and international organizations are working on generating evidence for safety and efficacy of Ayurveda and Yoga interventions. Large number of high impact research papers have been published in peer-reviewed international journals. Ayurveda, Yoga and other traditional system of medicine are important pillar of healthcare delivery system and can play a very important role in keeping people healthy across the world. As the world and region reach the final 10-year mark to Sustainable Development Goal in 2030, safe and effective traditional medicine will play a key role in ensuring all people have access to quality essential healthcare service and to safe, effective and affordable essential medicines. I am happy to say that considering the strength of Ayurveda, Yoga and other Indian traditional system of medicine, the World Health Organization has announced to establish a WHO Global Center for Traditional Medicine in India. This new center will support our effort to import WHO's Traditional Medicine Strategy 2014-23 and to support nation in developing policies and action plan to strengthen the role of traditional medicine as part of their journey to universal health coverage. Recently, Government of India celebrated 6th Ayurveda Day on 2nd November 2021 on Dhanvantari Jayanti. India celebrates Ayurveda Day every year on the day of Dhanvantari Jayanti since 2016 for promotion, propagation and popularization of the Ayurveda globally. India has taken many initiatives to address the problem of malnutrition and result health issues like stunting and wasting, etc. Considering the immense potential of Ayurveda concept of nutrition, Government of India selected the theme Ayurveda for Poshan for 6th Ayurveda Day. Various activities was conducted in India and foreign country to address the malnutrition issue through Ayurveda intervention. This conference is also organized and part of celebration of 75th year of Independence Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. And as a part of celebration of the 6th Ayurveda Day, I again extend my warm welcome to all of you and hope for the fruitful outcome in the next coming year through this huge event. Namaste.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Now I request the Honourable Minister of State to kindly announce the accreditation certificate of endorsement to Ayurveda courses in MERU. I would like to request His Excellency Dr. Rawat to come for that, and Dr. Srivastava. And I would like to request Dr. Bevan Morris to receive the certificate on behalf of the MERU. Dr. Morris is president of the Maharishi International University since 37 years, and he is Prime Minister of the Maharishi Global Center of World Peace. Please.
Go down, I think, better?
Yes, better for the photos, I think. Thank you all. Now I would request His Excellency Shri Pradeep Kumar Rawat, Ambassador of India to the Netherlands, to give his speech.
Rabin Baldev Singh ji, who has specially travelled this morning from Hague to be here. He is the national coordinator of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. Normally I joke for all kinds of good things, but he just told me it's for racial indiscrimination. Distinguished scholars and practitioners of Ayurveda, the oldest medical system in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a matter of great satisfaction and joy for me to be present here at the International Ayurveda Conference 2021. I would like to convey my deep appreciation to Honourable Minister of State for AYUSH, Dr Munjpara ji, for gracing this event in a virtual mode. Ministry of AYUSH, under his leadership, is working hard to fulfill the vision of Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, to make traditional Indian wisdom of Ayurveda and other medical systems and yoga widely accessible and available in a scientific and reliable way for the benefit of mankind. This endeavor is inspired by India's age-old belief in Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina, Sarve Santu Niramaya, that is, all should be happy, all should remain healthy. It clearly brings out the interdependence between health and happiness. The modern medicine was earlier solely concerned with the physical or the bodily part of health. The equation was very simple. No disease is equal to good health. But now, as per WHO definition, health is a complete state of physical, mental and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. This is in sync with the traditional system of medical thought in India, and this we have heard today many times. Prasanna Atma Indriyas Manha Swat Abhidayate, which means that when soul, senses and intellect are in harmony with internal peace, the optimum health is achieved. This conference is taking place at a very appropriate time. The mankind is currently facing its biggest health challenge of the century. The coronavirus pandemic has further exposed the limitations of the modern medicine and has forced us to rethink the whole concept of health management of societies. We were already aware of the modern medicine, limitations of the modern medicine in dealing with the diseases such as cancer, HIV, immune disorders, etc., which originate due to deficiencies in or corruption of the immune system of human body. If we take the body as the most advanced computer system, then the immune system would be like its software, and corruption of the software can happen due to external factors like virus or harmful chemicals, which create mutation in the programming code, or due to internal factors such as stress, etc., which activate the zero-day exploit in the software, making it vulnerable to mutation. The coronavirus is a very potent external factor affecting our immune system. Since each one of us have our own specificities of immune system, the effect of coronavirus on different individuals is different. Hence, the challenge to find an effective cure through modern medicine method is difficult. Therefore, we have opted to take the path of strengthening human immune system through vaccines to deal with this challenge. If we look at the Ayurveda, the foundation of the Ayurveda is based on strengthening of the natural defense of human body against external harmful attacks, both physical as well as non-physical. It is in this we find natural complementarity between Ayurveda and the modern medicine. If these two systems of medicine work together, rather than trying to find fault in each other, we can truly move towards a healing system and not merely a medical system. Such an approach, which combines diverse channels of knowledge for common good, has created a new field of study under the name of integrative medicine. It suggests its wider acceptance and understanding. I am very encouraged to see that the Ayurveda has taken this challenge and opportunity to work with modern medicine system in helping various societies to deal with the coronavirus pandemic. I believe during the course of this seminar, we would hear much more about it from various scholars. It is also a very encouraging development that Ayurveda is producing data by conducting evidence-based research to achieve wider acceptance of its efficacy in strengthening curative power of human body. It is quite ironical that the modern scientific mindset only trusts the evidence-based outcomes of the last century based on human trials, but is skeptical to accept the outcome derived from human trials which have lasted over 4,000 years or 5,000 years. Ayurveda is also using modern tools to assess the loss in efficacy of various medicinal herbs due to changes in the environment in which these are grown and processed. Ayurveda is also adopting modern tools to grow and process herbs under controlled conditions so as to achieve uniformity in their efficacy. Modern machines are also being used to prepare formulations in ready-to-use format for ease of use, as well as to help logistics for distribution over larger geographical area. I hope that today's conference will be yet another important step in the direction of mainstreaming Ayurveda. Before I conclude, I would like to place on record my deep appreciation to the Maharishi Research University and their dedicated team for making this conference possible in such a short period of time under such challenging circumstances. Please join me in giving them a big round of applause. Thank you. Dhanyavad.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Dr. Rawat has reminded us of the roots of Ayurveda in India. He has called for an increase of the acceptance of Ayurveda. He has addressed the definition of the World Health Organization and how close that is to how Ayurveda understands health. He has talked about the role of fighting COVID. I would say the world should humbly look forward to India for its wisdom and knowledge. It's a great achievement already that MERU has achieved today, received the accreditation certificate for several courses. So that's already a step forward. Indian government, I think, should continue feeling proud of Ayurveda and take the responsibility to grow further and nurture the system, as it holds the key to a sustainable healthcare system of the future. For Europe and Netherlands in particular, I would say there are many people already very, very busy doing a lot of work in bringing Ayurveda to the Netherlands, also trying to bring it to the mainstream. The topic today is bringing Ayurveda to the mainstream. So I hope this conference will help them as well. I think Europe also has its role to play in this whole topic of Ayurveda. We have seen it with yoga, how Europe has helped also to popularize yoga to the world. So I believe that Europe has to play a role, and especially the Netherlands, since we are having the conference here. It can be a catalyst to grow and make it more contextual to the modern context. I would request to Dr. Rainer Picha, Chairman, International Maharishi Ayurveda Foundation, to give his inaugural address about bringing Ayurveda into the mainstream.
Namaste and Jai Gurudev. It's my great joy and honor to welcome everyone to this 6th International Ayurveda Congress, which is jointly organized by the Ministry of AYUSH, Government of India, the Embassy of India to the Netherlands, and by the Maharishi Research University under the leadership of Dr. Girish, who is also the host and moderator, together with Professor Sharda Nandram, and also jointly organized by the International Maharishi Ayurveda Foundation. It was mentioned already that the theme today is bringing Ayurveda into mainstream, and I would like to share a few thoughts. And I also want to mention that I'm happy to have such an august presence of stakeholders and leaders in Ayurveda, most of all Honourable Ambassador Rawat, Honourable AYUSH Minister of State, Dr Munjpara, and all the distinguished delegation of the Ministry of AYUSH that took the effort to travel to the Netherlands from India, and all respected speakers and guests. And I also like again to thank for endorsing all Ayurveda courses that MERU and Maharishi organization is offering in Europe and worldwide, that we have the endorsement of the Constituent Board of Rashtriya Ayurveda Vidyapith under the aegis of the Ministry of AYUSH, Government of India. It's a great boost and strengthening for our efforts that are taking place now almost over 35 years. Coming back to the theme of today, which is bringing Ayurveda into mainstream, we have selected 4 major areas that need attention to make this happen. This is research, education, the practice of Ayurveda, and the products that we use in Ayurveda medicine. And they are all linked together, because research can only be done if you have people who know how to practice Ayurveda. That's why we need the education first, and then we need the educated and trained graduates to practice on a big, wide scale. So there are patients and case studies and case subjects that we can study on the effects of Ayurvedic medicine. And of course, a major part of practicing Ayurveda is the use of herbal products. So these are the key 4 areas that are intimately linked to each other and need to attention altogether. It's interesting that we, I think, all observe that the people across the world prefer an integrated approach of traditional and modern medicine. And it's not just to put them and add them together, but to intelligently use the best medicine that a person needs at a specific time and situation. And in this regard, I find it very interesting and inspiring and uplifting to see that modern medicine is more and more discovering age-old Ayurvedic principles, and that will facilitate the integration of traditional, most ancient Ayurvedic systems and modern medicine. And I want to give you just a few examples in a very short time, not to just go in details. But recently, 2015, there was a study that correlated the human genome with the Prakriti, with Vata, Pitta, Kapha. So that can be found in our DNA. And basically, in future, it will be possible to evaluate the Prakriti of a person through a blood test, in addition to traditional systems like pulse reading and so forth, other Ayurvedic systems. Then we have a correlate even on the quantum field theory level. You see here the system on the left side, the Samhita, the togetherness of Vata, Pitta, Kapha and its relation to the 5 elements. And this is exactly what we see in quantum field theory. The unified field correlates to Samhita, the 3 superfields to the 3 doshas, and the 5 spin types to the 5 Mahabhutas. And the Samhita level is the level of Atma, the unified field. That's why we also say consciousness-based medicine in Maharishi Veda, using the most foundational, basic level of health, which is always perfect, the unified field, Atma, the consciousness. Then I think there are a few other correlates, like on the epigenetic level, which is a rather new system. And this is just here one example. For example, transcendental meditation increases on an epigenetic level the telomerase gene expression, which protects the chromosome for degrading and prolongs life. We have the concept of armor, which was long not understood by modern medicine, but in 2016 the Nobel Prize was awarded for the mechanisms underlying autophagy, which is a system of the body that is cleaning us from cell waste, similar what Ayurveda is doing through Ayurvedic diet and using hunger and so forth and Panchakarma. So this is coming together. Then the microbiome has become a major study subject and causes almost every disease. Every month another disorder detected. Such as Ayurveda says Apana Vata, main seat of Vata, and the main source of a wide range of diseases. So this is coming together. Then the importance of nutrition is very clear in Ayurveda, and recently the World Health Organization stated that an unhealthy diet contributes to 50% of all cardiovascular diseases, which is the main cause of death on this world at present. And then just a simple thing I want to mention, the tongue scraping, which is an Ayurvedic routine. With this you change the microbiome of the mouth, and this produces more nitric oxide, which is a substance that has many good effects on the body, reduces blood pressure, strengthens the immune system, and fights off viruses, not unimportant in this time of pandemic. And then when we do Nasya, it's not just purifying the sinuses. Modern medicine found that the cell waste of cerebrospinal fluid, 30% of this, up to 30%, is discharged via the lymphatic vessels of the sinuses. That's why when we do Nasya in Ayurveda, we say we are purifying the brain, which was hard to believe, but this is also now confirmed by modern medicine. So this could go on and on. There are 20, 30 formats. I just wanted to give a few examples. And that means integrative medicine could be indeed the next step in the advancement of modern healthcare. And integrative medicine takes the best of Ayurvedic traditional medicine, other traditional systems of medicine, and modern medicine. And I'm glad to present that Maharishi Mahesh Yogi has worked on that since decades on an ideal integration, and he had laid out a health center. We call it Maharishi Health Center for Integrative Medicine. That happened 20 years ago. This is a model. We want to build this. This integrates modern medicine and Ayurvedic medicine and traditional medicines in one beautiful building that implements all of the Vedic sciences, Tapatya Veda, Jyotish, Vedic sound, and modern medicine, and everything. So with this beautiful vision, I want to close my short welcome message to the 6th International Ayurveda Congress, and hope we have a lively discussion at the end. And the main goal is to join forces with all stakeholders assembled here and from around the world to bring forward and spread Ayurveda and bring it really and effectively into mainstream. Thank you, and Jai Gurudev.
Thank you, Dr. Picha, for the ambition, sharing integrative medicine as the way forward. Now, since we are doing well with the time, I would request Dr. Anupam Srivastava to give his lecture. He is Director of the National Academy of Ayurveda, Ministry of AYUSH, and he will talk about the quality initiatives for Ayurveda education and training.
Very good morning. Thank you. Raga diroga saja samula yenasa sarvo jaktopapasya tamayakya vadyam Sri Sham namami vidyagam gash pitamahadin. The short prayer to Almighty of Ayurveda, Lord Shiva. I once again, on behalf of AYUSH, on behalf of my own National Academy of Ayurveda, I welcome respected distinguished guest, His Excellency, our Minister of AYUSH, Munjpara sir, Ambassador to Government of India, Netherlands, celebrities and stakeholders and chairholders and administrative officers from MERU. I'm proud privileged to be here on a part of this auspicious occasion of launching of the first ever endorsement course by the Ministry of AYUSH for the institutions which are running, which are propagating the system of AYUSH across the globe. I'm really thankful to our Secretary AYUSH, Ved Rajesh Kotecha sir, who has given an opportunity by nominating my institution, to whom I am heading, for to work as an accrediting agency for all such courses which are not covered in various parts of country, including India, under any regulatory framework. With this background, just to brief you, just to inform you, yes, National Academy of Ayurveda is promoting and propagating the informal system of education which is prevalent in and across the country, which are not covered in any regulation. In true sense, we are promoting, we are producing good Vedyas, because we all understand there is a time limit for any graduation or postgraduate course. There is a certain limits whereupon the technical acumen, where the goodness of this personalized medicine of Ayurveda could not be transferred in short duration. That's why we as an institute are promoting giving certificate course at one side, the most traditional form of the learning, that is Guru Shish Parampara. Some people might have heard where the students are sent to a certain specialist or guru to learn certain skills. We are at one side, we are promoting this type of education. At the other side, we are also working with a close association with one of the most advanced technological institute in the country, India, that is IIT, Indian Institute of Technology. We are offering the courses of the PhD in Ayurveda with IIT, and we are giving a scope and a window to our scholars to learn how the technology, how the modern advances could be incorporated suitably to give the best of Ayurveda to the ailing society. Same time, we are also working, our institute is also working for the spreading the goodness of the food sector. We have seen the goodness of the current, if you talk about the current pandemic period, we have sent good number of decoctions, herbal decoctions which are in the market, which has been some of like Ayush Kwat being promoted by the Ministry of AYUSH. So these products, even certain golden milk, Ayurveda khichdi, there's a n number of the products are available in the market, but somehow they require more stringent provisions, more stringent, more pragmatic quality issues that needs to be addressed. My institution is also working under the guidance of the Ministry of AYUSH for bringing a suitable notification on Ayurveda Ahar, a specific category of the food which is available in the country and across also. So we are both working, we are producing a good Vedyas, we are taking the the goodness of the technology in Ayurveda, and we are also looking for how the good quality and safe food could be offered, and a food for special purpose could be offered to the health-seeking community through Ayurveda. With this background, I would like to present my presentation, for which I am being called. If you talk about the education policy in our country, it has been re-emphasized that there's a felt need that the duration, structure and design of the education program, especially for the healthcare education, needs to be relooked to foster, to cater the need of healthcare need in the country, that in a pragmatic manner. For the purpose, the government of India has launched a new education policy which is focused, if you talk about the health sector, to integrate the modern system of the medicine with the traditional systems, or your called Indian system of the medicine, that is Ayurveda, Yoga and Naturopathy and Homeopathy, Siddha. With this great initiative, it is expected it will give a positive impact in the healthcare sector, what was also the vision of Maharishi Ji. The salient feature of this policy is recognizing, identifying, fostering unique capabilities of each student, and also light but tight regulatory framework has been done. This is a way of also supporting the outstanding research and continuous and overall review that will further substantial investment as a strong, vibrant public and education system. This is a very quick brief of the salient feature of the new education policy. If we see what the Ministry of AYUSH as a ministry we are doing for the international students or a fellowship or scholarship program for the AYUSH courses. We all know that there's a resurgence in the interest in AYUSH, and particularly if you talk about in a current scenario of this pandemic and post-pandemic rehabilitation processes also, there's a demand is definitely growing. And one of the study done by FITM, the requirement, the demand has raised up to 4 times if you talk about the volume of the AYUSH products. This, again, just keeping all this in mind, a conscious decision has been taken to promote, to support the foreign nation under the international fellowship scholarship program for the students who want to study AYUSH in a premium institution in India. This is a simple process whereupon we call application to High Commission or the Embassy through ICCR portal for within a certain period of time, whereupon followed by a scholarship. After its proper scrutiny, scholarship is being granted for the pursuing AYUSH courses under the scheme of international cooperation of the Ministry of AYUSH, wherein the financial support is being given as a fellowship. And this is implemented through ICCR, and the candidates required to fulfill online application, and certain amount of the fellowship is being given, and these students go to the top institute of the country whereupon the education is being imparted. 50 scholarship is open to all 101 countries undertaking UG and PG courses in Ayurveda, Unani, Siddha and Homeopathic, and also for the PhD program in Ayurveda. 20 seats are reserved for the Malaysian students. Similarly, 29 seats are reserved for WHO CR countries in a national institute for UG and PG and PhD in Ayurveda. 5 seats similarly for African countries for pursuing this thing UG in Ayurveda and diploma in yoga. However, the reserve seat, if the reserve seats are not fulfilled as per the allocation, the seats are open for the other applicant. This is a small background. Last 5 years, the number of the seats has been allocated as per the reservation policies. Now I come upon the topic whereupon I have been fortunate enough to be a part of this August gathering. The Ayurveda Training Accreditation Board, our institutions, RAV, which is a National Academy of Ayurveda, has been designated by the Ministry of AYUSH as a Ayurveda Training Accreditation Board. This board looks after the accreditation endorsement process for the courses being offered. This is a global presence of Ayurveda. It is quite understandable from the presentation. Yeah, we know Ayurveda is practiced in as a traditional system of medicine and registered as a science in few of the SAARC countries. Some of the countries where Ayurveda is freely taught definitely is the Indian subcontinent, that is Nepal, Sri Lanka, Malaysia and in Asia. And this is also on some part of Europe, South Africa as a subject, somewhere as a science, somewhere as an additional skill. It is observed in most of the countries. It is not full taught as a course curriculum. The teachings are in short-term courses or introductory mode. There's a need for the regulation, you may call, or accreditation of endorsement provisions for this suboptimal education system or which is the system being taught in a different part of the country. And this we understand that there is somehow there is not a standard syllabi is available across the globe, particularly with reference to Ayurveda, though WHO has given the certain guidance for the certain courses. But yes, it needs to be uniformly adopted, and a standardized mechanism needs to be developed in the sector. And yes, a National Academy of Ayurveda or RAV, it has been designated as accreditation body for such courses which are not covered in any regulatory provision. This was a notification which enables us to go forward for such courses by the Government of India, Ministry of AYUSH. I would like, before going in deep in this description of this, what accreditation scheme stands for. Yes, it is to start with, it is a voluntary scheme and institutions are free to adopt it. There is no such enforcement is there. It is a voluntary, institution could come forward, and this is the accreditation scheme to start with the Ayurveda courses. In due course of time, we will also look for the Unani, homeopathy, Siddha and other courses. And definitely those accreditation scheme will be for those courses which are not covered under regulatory regime. It is not regulation, and definitely it is out from a typical inspection module. There had been a lot of the representation for the typical inspection module. This is out from that way, and of course it is expected to bring uniformity, standardization in a Ayurvedic education system or the methods globally. Since we are not conducting to open with, to start with, to make the scheme more focused, more oriented, RAV on behalf of Ministry of AYUSH is not going to conduct this examination for such students who have passed from the accreditation course, and thus the institution are free to adopt, to design, to follow the pattern as per their convenience. Because to sitting in a country, it will not be prudent, or it will be not very good to see, to enforce the mechanism of the evaluation pattern of a different country. This was the reason behind this. Yes, we are open for that. And at the same time, institutions are also free to adopt the standard course. A certain standard course has been designed by the AVI, by our institution, particularly for the introduction of Ayurveda, Panchkarma, and on and on. There are some few 4 or 5 courses has been designed, standard course has been designed. Institutions are definitely free to adopt those courses, and they can run. Standard courses provides the credits. This is the last but not the least, but a very important point. This credit will be provided to take their future education and job perspectives. This accreditation scheme currently had been named as a RAV Quality Enhancement Initiative for Ayurveda Training Courses. This scheme, I would like to brief contrast 3 levels. One level is 1, 2 and 3. First level is, yes, we are doing listing of the courses. Say institution X is running in country Y and conducting course Z. Yes, you are free to list yourself on a website of RAV and give the certain information, and we are not going to evaluate those courses. We will provide a free platform to enlist yourself on our website. This will give a picture. This will open a scope for the courses being done across the globe, which will be for the 1 year, followed by level 2. Level 2 will be self-declaration. Self-declaration for the courses of the basic accreditation standard. Again, the deterrent will be like this. Yes, we will look at any point of time. There will be very nominal fees for this. At any point of time, RAV had a authority to see, to look forward, to suggest if the courses are in lines with the accreditation standards which has been described by the Ayurveda, by the RAV. This will again for 1 year. And the third will be the formal accreditation or the basis accreditation process. This contains entire system of the accreditation which has been suitably designed, taking views, taking consideration of the experts, not from the India but across the globe also. And this entire system, way has been developed how the accreditation process would take place. And this training provider, the institutions, the stakeholders are free to opt any level but has to follow timelines. Like this, if you opt the level 1, then within a year you have to go for level 2 also. And if you opt at level 2 at starting, then you can go in a year level 3 also. And even the institution, running the institution, they are running their course, we are open to accredit their course. Basically the purpose and the mechanism is based on ISO, whereupon we accredit your own running courses also. Listing what I said, to create an inventory. The purpose of level 1 was to create an inventory of the training courses available globally in Ayurveda. Ultimate aim will be definitely bringing them under the framework of formal accreditation system. This will indicate, this will give a picture how and where the spread of Ayurveda courses are there on the global platform. The second is again the self-declaration of the conformity of the basic accreditation standards. What I said, standards has been developed by our institution on behalf of ministry, and this is again opportunity for the training provider to access themselves against the prescribed basic accreditation standards and declare themselves about the conformity as per their self-assessment. The deterrent is here is this, ki RAV or my institution could verify credential as needed. To ensure that the self-declaration what you have made are in the lines with the standards prescribed. And assessment of the process of the basic accreditation standards for the Ayurveda courses, including the training providers also. This is an opportunity for training providers to have a formal assessment process opting for accreditation of their courses as standards developed by ATAB. We have made this Ayurveda Training Accreditation Board. This board has got autonomy, though it is being run under the umbrella of the Ministry of AYUSH, but it has autonomy to function in its operation for the accreditation job in Ayurveda sector. It is out of the regulatory ambit of the Ministry of AYUSH, though it is being supported initially for 5 years by the Ministry of AYUSH. The moment the boards become the self-sustainable model, it will stop taking the finance from the ministry itself. These are the basic standards, accreditation standards. I have just highlighted their names, vision, mission. This has to be followed when you go forward. Details are available. I will like to share this. This all is available on the website in even of the Ministry of AYUSH and also on the National Academy of Ayurveda, that is RAV. These are the 10 chapters, right from the vision, mission up to the quality improvement, learning resources, evaluation, assessment. These all are details are available on our website. One could search. This is short process flow. Choose a level, how to start with. This is a diagram. Choose a level, either a listing or self-declaration or the formal accreditation for the basics process. Application fees has to be application with certain to promote, to attract, to make it more popular. We have made a very basic fees to start with, and then this is a process where document review. If you go listing application with very small fees, and this will be listed on RAV website with the approval of the committee. We have constituted a core committee which will work. There are 3 committees are there. I will come on later on. And similarly, when you self-declaration of the conformity, again it has to be seen by the committee. And the formal accreditation process, right side, if you see, it is a complete process, how and what the way. If there is some discrepancy in your application, we will again inform. Then again we will follow. Again I will like to inform you, yes, this scheme is being owned by the National Academy of Ayurveda, that is RAV, but to start with, when the certification body, as per the ISO get graduated in this system, this will be done in third party mode. That is, it will be again, we will certify the third parties which are interested in this thing, propagating or taking the course. This accreditation endorsement purposes will be done by the third party located in the country on a recommendation of the third party. We want to make it quite open. We want to make it quite acceptable. We don't want to pick a stick on the institutions to run the courses. Yes, this accreditation body will also help you how to start the course. On the recommendation of this certification bodies, the accreditation certificate would be given. We have developed what I said, the courses. These are the basically ATAB has developed these certain courses, basic principles of Ayurveda. Again, the Panchkarma, Ayurveda Beauty, Ayurveda Dietetics, Ayurveda Marma Therapy. And each course contains several hours. If you see, introductory courses contain 200 hours, where the proficiency course contains 500 hours, whereas the higher proficiency courses, it covers 800 hours. And this will be provide you a credit for your further education and your job perspective. And these courses, again I will like to stress in deep that these courses has been developed by the experts and the professor from the all national institutes at one side, including even the research institute. At the other hand, we have tried to take the help, to take the support, to take the content from whatsoever is available on the global platform, including the courses, course curricula, topic which has been described, which has been stated by the WHO. So to us, it looks like we have tried to incorporate various topics which are in need. And yes, we are also in a process of developing some more courses, some more topics whereupon the accreditation could be done. And if standard course curricula are followed in a true spirit, then it becomes very easy for us and also to institution to get the accreditation of such courses and their institutes. This is a basically difference how we have made theory hours and practical hours and self-study hours, because we understand the need of the country, different countries, and how it could be approached in a pragmatic way. These are the hours. These all details are available. This is for your information. Yes, we work ATAB Ayurveda Training and Accreditation Board with 5 components. First is Executive Board, another is Appeal Panel, third one is Accreditation Committee, fourth is a Technical Committee, and fourth is a Central Nucleus, that is a Secretariat of ATAB. Executive Board comprises, as per the notification of the Government of India, it comprises the experts, administrators from the Ministry of AYUSH. This is an overall umbrella coverage, overall guidance for the board, because I have said it had got complete autonomy in functioning. This board guides us and oversees the right, whether the board is going in the right direction. And again, accreditation committee, this committee works for the accreditation purpose based on the technical committee recommendation. The accreditation committee, we have members from the accreditation various boards from the India, like NABH and NABET, and also Accreditation Council of India, Quality Council of India, and from international accreditation experts in that committee also. And definitely technical committee comprises of the subject experts which look after the content and how the contents are being delivered in a different part of the country. There's a technical committee looks after the technical aspect, and definitely the secretariat which supports all the functioning and the accreditation mechanism. The accreditation committee is a committee which gives you the accreditation certificate for the course, and definitely appeal panel is there which look up on the any complaints, any suggestions for the how the scheme could be suitably propagated and promoted. This is a workflow of this accreditation body, how executive boards, then the appeal committee, and again the accreditation committee, technical committee, secretariat, and all this. The power, this is what I said, executive board, this is executive board accreditation comprises experts and administration who look after accreditation board activities, suggest plan, this all is available on website also. Similarly, the technical committee, this is a function of the committee which advise the accreditation process, clearance, issuation overseas in India, advice, modification, upgrading, this all, syllabi and all. This is all the technical deliberations and concentration more on a technical aspect. And yes, accreditation committee, they look after how the evaluation process of the evaluation assessment is being done, how the approval scope of the accreditation, including the enhancement and direction of the training courses, monitoring the performance of assessors. This all is looked by the accreditation committee, and this recommending the board on a new initiative, how the new initiative incorporated. Appeals, we all know, deliberation, disposal of appeals made by the training providers, again any decision made in relation to the accreditation. And this is a small accreditation secretariat which looked by the CEO. Fortunately, I am that CEO of that board secretariat. I am an admin officer, consultant, and this is how it's functioning. This is secretariat look after the managing entire accreditation process, managing assessment resources, organizing meeting, this is all there. And we all understand quality is an ongoing process of building and sustaining the relationship by assessing, anticipating and fulfilling stated and or implied needs At this point, to end with, I will like to say, yes, the accreditation document, accreditation process developed by us for Ayurveda courses is a dynamic process. It doesn't matter what we have designed is completely, there is no chance of improvement. We all understand there is always chance of improvement in any document, in any process. So we, on behalf of Ministry of AYUSH, are open for your suggestions at any point of time how the system of accreditation could be spread, could be made more viable, more acceptable, and for the promotion of Ayurveda, and definitely through Ayurveda for the support and help to the ailing society. With this background, I thank you all for your precious hearing. And at the last, I would like to say I am very fond of one phrase of Frost: woods are lovely, dark and deep, and yes, I have promises to keep, and miles to go ahead, and miles to go ahead before I sleep. No more. Thank you. Thank you for your precious hearing, and thank you. I trust I tried to convey some of the message for what I am here, and if the permission of the sir and all the eminent guests, if any question, I am open to respond as per my understanding. Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, Dr. Srivastava, for giving us an update on education and training. And actually, congratulations to you and your academy for putting together the building blocks of the accreditation scheme and the process. Now, we will have 4 presenters here who are present, and then we will follow with some online presentations. The next presenter is Dr. Walter Mölk, Director, Stichting MERU and Maharishi College of Perfect Health International. His topic is Ayurveda, a Foundation for Integrative Medicine. A bit about his work. Since 2006, he has a leading function in the Global Health Department of Maharishi Movement as the Deputy Minister of Health of the global country of world peace. He has dedicated his life to the education and training to the health professionals and providing continuing medical education, research and promotion of the practice of Ayurveda throughout the world. I would request Dr. Mölk to come and give his speech.
It's a great joy and honor to speak at this Congress in the midst of all these great experts in Ayurveda from AYUSH and around the world. My talk will be in some parts a little bit abstract, but I think this is the basis of concrete applications. My talk will be on the topic Ayurveda, the basis of integrative medicine. And I want to show that Ayurveda is not only the basis of integrative medicine, but of integrative life, because Ayu means life, science of lifespan and life. And the 3rd International Ayurveda Congress in Rio in 2018, which we had organized together with the Brazilian Health Ministry, the task was to bring about 20 different alternative medicines into the healthcare system. Now the question is there a common basis of all these different systems? And so I will speak about scientific concepts which actually support this idea, which explains also these different systems. Dr. Picha has already mentioned a few of them. Actually, on this slide, I discover one is missing, important one, the microbiome, also, because this is also an important aspect. Now I will pick out the systems approach, and in particularly the network medicine. This is an article in the New England Journal of Medicine, where modern science tries to integrate these different levels from the metabolic, genetic network, then the disease network, and then the social network. I think it's a great advantage and a great progress, but from an Ayurvedic point of view, we immediately think there is something missing, because we need also to take into consideration the environment, the near environment, the architecture of the house, the city planning, the nature, the ecosystem of the earth, and then the solar system. And on the other side, also on the bottom level, on the level of the atoms, the quantum mechanical level has also to be considered. And according to Maharishi Ayurveda, we can even go one step further. And what would that be? That is what is smaller than the smallest, Anora, Ananyan, and Mahado, Mahayan, what is larger than the largest. Now we have a complete picture of all the areas which we have to cover when we want to achieve perfect health. And now I want to show the work from Professor Tony Nader, an MIT and Harvard-trained researcher who has, under the guidance of Maharishi Yogi, shown that the human physiology is actually the expression of Veda and the Vedic literature. Maharishi has put together the scattered Vedic literature into a science, and he has cognized that the structure of the Veda is actually its own commentary. This is the Aparoshaya Bhashya. And on that basis, Dr. Nader has been shown that, for example, here, the Rig Veda, the 192 suktas of the first mandal of Rig Veda, the first book of Rig Veda, correspond to the 192 structures of the central and peripheral nervous system. And then, when we speak about integration, he went to all the different Vedic disciplines. I want here to show an example of yoga, because yoga means union, is the perfect example of integration. Here showing that the 4 chapters of the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali correspond to the 4 lobes of the brain. Not only that, but even the sutras of the different chapters can be matched on the folds of the cortex. Another area which is important to integrate is the human physiology, or the human being, and its environment, the cosmos. And this is shown on the next chart, where we see that the deep-seated nerve centers in the brain, the basal ganglia, correspond to the 9 grahas, so-called 9 planets in Jyotish, not only in their number, but also in structure and function. All this can be read in detail in his book, Human Physiology, Expression of Veda and the Vedic Literature. So these are the cosmic counterparts. And of course, from Veda we know all these sayings, Yatha Pinde, Tata Brahmande, as is the individual, so is the cosmos, or as below, so above. And in Ayurveda, we have the famous law, Loka Purusha Samya, which explains this connection and which is the basis of all our therapies. So in a few practical applications of this discovery are the Maharishi Vedic vibration technology, the Vedic sound therapy, and the model of Vedic physiology. Here we see this model where a 3D, and this is a 2D model. When it is played, then the different parts of the body blink, and the corresponding frequencies, one can hear the Vedic sounds. So there's this connection, and this has a very great influence also just by looking at it, and has a balancing effect on the physiology. And then there's the Maharishi Vedic Sound Therapy. It's an online streaming service of Vedic sounds, where one can have a personalized selection of the body part which one wants to balance, and hear the corresponding Vedic sounds. So in summary, it means that the structures and qualities of our consciousness, self-referent consciousness of Atma, are expressed in the sounds of the Veda. This is a completely new and astonishing discovery that these Vedic sounds are actually as the result of the self-interacting nature of our own consciousness. And these sounds are then in turn expressed in the structures and functions of the body, and then further expressed in the universe, in the environment. So we have Atma, Veda, Sharir, Vishwa. And if all this is lived in our own consciousness, then we speak of totality of Brahm. Now, what is the final frontier of science? I was surprised, but recently I saw a few articles and several papers and scientists says the final frontier of science is consciousness. A few decades ago, if you would have a scientist say you are researching in consciousness, you would have lost your reputation. But now it's becoming more and more. For example, here, understanding consciousness may be the greatest challenge posed on science, and it will help humanity push science to new unrealized limits. Now it's high time to say, what is consciousness? It's very familiar to us, but on the other hand, difficult to describe. You can leave the slides on, please. And then it is different philosophers and neuroscientists, mathematicians, computer experts have different definitions. But I think the most precise and comprehensive definition what consciousness is comes from Maharishi. And he says, consciousness is that which is conscious of itself. It's a shockingly short definition, and it is self-referral. It's a little bit unusual, but immediately one sees there are three elements: consciousness, then being conscious, and of itself. And they are actually all the same. So one could say there's the knower, the knowing, process of knowing, and the known. And Maharishi calls this the three-in-one paradox, because it's one, but at the same time it is three. The three-in-one structure of consciousness. Now, to make it a little bit more concrete, in any experience, sensory experience, emotions, thinking, these three elements have to come together in order that we can have an experience. The subject, the object, and the process of which connects that. This is the integration. It's necessary. Here. In any sensory experience, any internal experience, always these three have to come together. And we said that structures of consciousness are expressed in the Vedic sounds and then expressed in the physiology. So what is the expression of this three-in-one structure of consciousness in the physiology? This is the three-in-one structure as we see here. The information units, as Dr. Nader has shown in his book, the processing units, and structuring units. And I think until now everyone in the room will know, yes, this obviously relates to Vata, Pitta, and Kapha. Or one could also say the input, throughput, turnover, or output storage Kapha. This is just one example how this connection, everything has its origin in consciousness, and it means that the three doshas have actually their origin in consciousness. We have the oneness, the togetherness, samhita level, and then Rishi Devata Chandas. And in the physiology, this corresponds, this relationship expresses itself in the physiology as Vata, Pitta, and Kapha hold together the integrative factor of ojas. And Maharishi has shown that actually all Ayurvedic terms can be traced back to consciousness, to our own consciousness. And this makes studying Ayurveda and practicing Ayurveda very intimate and very interesting. And if you want to know more about consciousness, I highly suggest to read Dr. Nader's book, One Unbounded Ocean of Consciousness, where he goes in very detail from Vedic science and modern sciences what has to be said and should be known about consciousness. It's really a new paradigm that unifies and integrates mind, body, and environment. And we are very fortunate in the afternoon, Dr. Nader will also address the Congress. Now from a slightly different angle, we have here the unified field chart of physiology, how physics thinks that the universe is structured, from the basis unified field of all the laws of nature, or the theory of everything, and then we have the different force fields and matter fields, then comes the DNA, then the proteins, the macromolecules, the cells, then the tissues, and then the organs, the organ systems, and then we have the individual physiology, then we have the society is also a kind of physiology, then we have the ecosystem of the Earth, and then the solar system. So this is the hierarchical structure. Now when we speak about that, where is the place of mind, of consciousness? Obviously, these are not two different and separate things, but they have the same common basis. And this is the unified field of all the laws of nature, or in Ayurvedic terms, Atma, or the state of self-referral consciousness. And this is the basis on which we build all our medical systems. Dr. Picha has already mentioned that, for example, scientists, physicists, Dr. Hagelin has spoken about the relationship about a unified quantum field, the three doshas and the Mahabhutas. It's very interesting that already in the 1980s, Maharishi invited, to my surprise, physicists and chemists and mathematicians to Ayurveda congresses, because he wanted to go deep in what is really the basis of Ayurveda and modern science, and it seems physics is able to create a bridge. This was made in 1985. Maharishi created the World Plan of Perfect Health. I was reminded when I heard today Minister of AYUSH speaking, and also when you were speaking about the global implementation of Ayurveda. And we think it would be interesting for you to see that what already in 1985 Maharishi laid out the plans, which includes all these different areas, training and products and practice. And he said actually at that time that it needed a scientific age to discover the true value of Ayurveda. And we see this more and more, that science supports more and more the different concepts of Ayurveda. So here, again, now these different levels. On the bottom we have pure being, or Atma, self, then mind, body, behavior, society, and the whole environment. And this is the total range of natural law. And if we want to promote a system of health, then we have to cover all these areas and the corresponding levels of health. And here are a few examples of preventive and therapeutic modalities which we use in Maharishi Ayurveda, covering this total range of natural law. These are the different areas. I just wanted to point out at the bottom it says Svasthya, because this is the goal. And the Sanskrit name contains everything already. To be established in the self, Svasthya. To be established in our own self-referred consciousness. So all these different therapies and approaches have to touch this area in order to make our therapy effective and long-lasting. Again, we can hear, if we want to arrange it in that way, from Veda, also Atma, Veda, Sharia, and Vishwa, and also all the three great areas of therapies which are mentioned in Charak, Daiva Vyaprashaya and Yukti Vyaprashaya and Sattva Vichaya, are covered with these different approaches. But important is that every time it has to be enlivened, this inner intelligence of the body, the state of least excitation of consciousness. So Maharishi Ayurveda, and you see here we write Ayurveda a little bit unusual. The V is a capital V because we want to highlight the importance of Veda, or Veda of knowledge. Because otherwise, because there's no difference between Ayurveda and Maharishi Ayurveda, because Maharishi said Ayurveda is Nitya and Aparusheya, it's all the same. So, but if we want to make a difference, we say we highlight the importance of consciousness. And the aim is to restore the connection between the body and its source in consciousness, and thereby removing the mistake of the intellect, pragyaparat, and enliven the inner intelligence of the physiology. Perfect health in that sense means therefore perfect integration of all these areas. So integration is only possible, or finally possible, only on the level of consciousness. on the level of the least excitation of consciousness, when we are established in the self, Svasthya. So I wanted to show with my talk that the basis of integrative medicine, Ayurveda is actually more. It's not only medicine, it's life. And it has to cover all the areas in our life. For example, we have to integrate also the situation at the moment with the corona pandemics. It has to be integrated. And health means perfect integration. And also, interestingly, in Charak Samhita, there's a whole chapter about epidemics. And the final conclusion is, what is the reason is mistake of the intellect, Brakya Bharat. So again, we are with consciousness. So I think it's important, if we want to make Ayurveda mainstream, we have to put it on a strong foundation. And this is this knowledge of consciousness, the self-referral state of our own consciousness, and that we can build a healthcare system which is free of side effects and prevention-oriented. And actually, when we see here the word AYUSH, then actually you are practicing integrative medicine, because you are integrating Ayurveda, Yoga, Unani, Siddha, and homeopathy, and now just also modern medicine. So it's a great pleasure for me and joy for me to speak to this conference and to mention that the basis of integrative life, of integrative medicine, is finally our own consciousness. Welcome, Jai Gurudev.
I would like to invite Professor Dr. Sumit Nathani to give his speech. He's from the National Institute of Ayurveda in Jaipur, Ministry of AYUSH.
Respected Honourable Minister of State for AYUSH, who was with us online, His Excellency Mr. Pradeep Kumar Rawat sir, respected Girish, respected Vaidya Anupam Srivastava and my colleagues from Ministry of AYUSH, and all the experts from MERU and other organizations of Europe working to spread awareness of Ayurveda in world, and all the learned ladies and gentlemen who have gathered here from different parts of the Europe and from different parts of the world for noble cause of mainstreaming the Ayurveda for benefit of mankind. Namaskar from my side. I am from National Institute of Ayurveda, Jaipur, Pink City of India. It is the premier institute for teaching, training and research activities of undergraduates, postgraduates and postdoctoral courses in Ayurveda under Ministry of AYUSH. It has history of more than 150 years in formal teaching of Ayurveda. Now it is granted the status of deemed to be university by Government of India in November 2020. I am happy to share with you that we have students of more than 14 countries studying in our center, and from different parts of the world, from Brazil, and also I am happy to inform that recently we have a scholar, Dutch scholar, Michael, from this land itself. So I'm very happy to inform you that people from all over the world are now coming to our institute to our country for taking long-term courses also, our undergraduate courses of 5.5 years, and he is in our country, he is our student now. So very happy to inform you that. And now coming on to the topic, mitigation of COVID-19 by Ayurveda, initiatives of Ministry of AYUSH. So, as you all know that the COVID-19 or corona disease is threatening world since last 2 years. It's spreading in different waves. It's coming again and again, and it has disturbed the life of the world itself. So, Ministry of AYUSH, under the guidance of Government of India, it worked side by side the Health Ministry to provide its support in different domains. So these are the different domains where Ministry worked hand in hand with the Government of India Health Department to mitigate the COVID-19 situation. There were policies were made regarding this. Different policies were floated in the public also, and for health professionals also. And different R&D supports for the practitioners was given by the Ministry of AYUSH. Then different R&D supports for the industry to help them make the different medicines which can prevent as well as treat the conditions of COVID-19 like conditions, lung diseases like conditions. And then the medicinal plant sector was also given the boost by helping the farmers and the local people to produce more and more medicinal plants and help them marketing the same to the industry. Many number of public health advisories and guidelines and protocols by Ministry of AYUSH were given, and from time to time, they all are Ayurveda people I know. Now, so the aim of the Ayurveda, the very first aim of the Ayurveda is to swastasya swasthya rakshanam, that is to prevent the disease from coming, to promote the healthy lifestyles. And then the secondary aim is to treat the disease, aturasya vikara prashmanam, as we say it, to treat the disease. So the first aim itself was promoted during the first wave of the corona disease. People were asked to take certain type of medicines, certain type of diet, to follow certain rules, regulations, so that they don't fall prey to the virus. Their immunity boosts up. So many medicines and many type of herbs were prescribed, and these were included in the guidelines that was supported by Government of India itself, and it was floated into the public. National Clinical Management Protocol based on Ayurveda and Yoga for management of COVID-19. This was developed and it was introduced to for uniformity of the treatment. It was introduced to the institutions, to the practitioners of Ayurveda and different streams. Then it was very much important to instill the awareness in the public, how to behave, how to eat, what don't to eat, how to act in public. So many public awareness campaigns were initiated by providing, because India is a vast country with a vast population, and at grassroots level it was very important that government should reach and teach the people. So the government machinery, along with the other non-government organizations, they helped in reaching out to the public and distribute free of cost decoctions, medicines, herbs, so that people can use them and they can develop their own immunity and remain safe from any type of disease, not only corona, but any type of disease. They can develop the immunity in themselves. So this helped a lot during first wave. Then national helpline number is specifically for AYUSH, for Ayurveda. It was launched by Ministry of AYUSH, 1443. People could call up if they are having any sort of complaints or any sort of queries regarding the use of medicines, herbal medicines, AYUSH, or any other sort of queries they have, they can call freely. Even it was a 24 hours, 7 days a week number. So we were also a part of so many volunteers, doctors were all the part of this team, and phone call would come to us and we will just suggest them to what to do and what not to do. Then there's a vast, apart from the modern medicine science, India boasts of a vast number of professionals, AYUSH professionals, including doctors, nurses, and all other professionals. So this workforce was utilized, manpower was utilized to fight the corona disease. We were the frontline workers there. Doctors were frontline workers. All our nurses were frontline workers, including AYUSH doctors, AYUSH nurses, Ayurveda doctors. Everybody was working hand in hand with each other, and this was really first wave and second wave in India. It really proved to be a very integrative approach. Then certain public health initiatives. This particular slide is for the Delhi government. In fact, not only Delhi government, but each and every state of India, each and every city, each and every district, each and every village. I told you that decoctions were freely distributed and people were asked to use them. And then the research, as my earlier speaker said, that now evidence is the time for evidence generation. We have the evidences, documentation for last 4,000 years, but now to speak in the language of the modern science, we have to generate some more evidences in nowadays world, so that we can move out to the world and say that yes, it works. So there were treatment studies, there were prophylactic studies, there were experimental studies done on hamsters and rats, and then there were retrospective observational studies which are very helpful to see the observations that we have already distributed decoctions to thousands and lakhs of people, and the retrospective study was done later on them, so to see how many of them fall prey to the corona disease and how many of them have crossed the barrier. So This is a slightly older slide. Total 127 studies were undertaken in this regards in the country, and we have a national repository on AYUSH COVID-19. This is on the AYUSH portal, that is the Government of India website for AYUSH Ministry. You can go through it if you want, somebody wants to go through it, because it is freely available in the Government of India and AYUSH Ministry of AYUSH website. All the details of the projects that have been undertaken during this period, it's already there. So AYUSH Sanjeevani app, a mobile application, was also made by the ministry, and certain type of informations were flowed into it. With the initiation of the COVID-19, ministry formed various task forces to work upon certain drugs, what drugs can be easily, safely administered to the person at their own. So it was found that drugs like ashwagandha, guduchi, sudarshan ghanvati, chyawanprash, neem capsules, these were studied, and it was found that they had significant results in experimental models, and they can be used safe by the individual by themselves. Now, ashwagandha as prophylactic care was given, guduchi as prophylactic care was given, and studies have been done, and now also studies are being done, clinical studies, experimental rat model studies, these are being done till date also, and results have been very promoting, and we are still using it. So these drugs were well tolerated, they didn't pose any serious drug interactions, no ADRs was seen, and they have synergistic effects. These were also studies for the synergistic effect with modern medicines also. So these are some of the examples. We have a Ayu Raksha kit which was developed by Government of India, Ministry of AYUSH. It was studied. It was distributed to frontline workers like police officials throughout the country also, to Delhi also. A study on ashwagandha in the prophylaxis against COVID-19. Most of the drugs initially were studied for their prophylactic actions, and it proved very fruitful to the country also. It was also compared with the hydroxychloroquine. So it was found that ashwagandha is at par with the hydroxychloroquine in its efficacy, and it did not produce any side effects that are associated with hydroxychloroquine. Ayuraksha kit, again it is there. Then again Agastya Hariski is a type of rasayan. Many studies throughout the country were carried on different preparations, because we have a vast pharmacopoeia of drugs, and they work on Vata, Pitta and Kapha components only. Nothing is out of that. So we have many medicines for the individualistic approach towards single disease. There were collaborations between different scientific research organizations of the country. AYUSH collaborated with the Central Council for Research India. There were many collaborative studies there, I said it earlier. Then DBT AYUSH network study was there regarding ashwagandha, guduchi pipali, yashti madhu, that is licorice, was studies. AYUSH 64 is a very special formulation that was formed for the treatment of malaria way back in 2000s, and now it has been repurposed for the treatment of COVID-19. It was distributed freely, and it was advised to the patients of mild to moderate cases of COVID-19, and results were observed, its efficacy was observed, and it proved to be a very effective drug in case of mild to moderate cases of COVID-19. In silico studies were also done. In the last slide it was seen that we are now going to perform a study on Covishield vaccine, AstraZeneca vaccine. People who have undertaken the vaccination, they will be now given ashwagandha tablets within 7 days of administration of the vaccine, and it will be seen whether the vaccine is going to work more for them, whether the antibodies get developed more. So we are working on different dimensions also right now. Drug interaction studies were also done. One of the biggest challenge that we faced was misuse of the information during this period. It was seen that people are making false claims on the name of AYUSH, on the name of Ayurveda. We have nowhere seen in our classical texts or in our clinical practices that certain type of drugs are acting on COVID-19. No drug has been yet proved 100% efficacious on the COVID-19. Ministry recognized this challenge, and it issued warnings against the people, against the industry who were claiming to found out a drug, to find a drug that it will definitely going to be, it is definitely going to treat the condition of COVID-19. No, ministry said it is a punishable offense. You cannot advertise on this thing. There are people who are doing clinical practice. They are taking the challenge and they are winning that challenge also, but they cannot claim that they have treated COVID-19, not on the public platform. They cannot say that. So this was a very major initiative by the Ministry of AYUSH. So this all led to a certain success story. Although the loss of life in COVID-19, morbidities of COVID-19, it cannot be equated with amount of money that we earn from that, no. But still, the amount of money that came into the AYUSH sector, the amount of sale of Chyawanprash that it soared up, it made us believe that people are now believing more than ever in Ayurveda. They are taking all sort of AYUSH medicines to increase their immunity. So ultimately it increased to the increased market of these products. Sale of ashwagandha was a very, it's still the root of the ashwagandha. It's very freely available in India in fields. But since the inception of the COVID-19, the rates have just become 6 folds of ashwagandha. So this tells us that yes, people are taking medicines. It has export to countries like USA, it increased many folds. This was not all. This was something, this was in brief. So we all believe that may all be prosperous and happy, may all be free from illness, may all see what is spiritually afflicting, and we may not suffer. Sarve bhavantu sukhina, sarve santu niramaya, sarve bhadrani pashyantu, ma kasyet bhag bhavet. Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you.
I would like to acknowledge the Ministry of AYUSH and give thanks to Ministry of AYUSH and MERU University. Sir, thanks for calling me here and sharing my views with you all. Thanks to the organizers. Thank you.
I would like to now invite Dr. Sachin Kumar for the presentation. He's Assistant Advisor Ayurveda, Ministry of AYUSH.
Namaste everyone. Honourable Minister of State, Ministry of AYUSH, Shri Mahendrabhai Munjpara ji, His Excellency Ambassador of India to Netherlands, Shri Pradeep Kumar Rawat ji, officials of MERU University, Shri Girish, Momaya ji, and other officials of MERU University, distinguished guests, and my colleagues. First of all, I would like to congratulate MERU University for getting the accreditation certificate from National Academy of Ayurveda for conducting several Ayurveda courses. After that, I would like to thank Ministry of AYUSH and Embassy of India to the Netherlands for giving me this opportunity to present the major initiatives taken by the Ministry of AYUSH for the promotion and propagation of AYUSH systems. Before we move on to the major initiatives taken by the ministry, I would like to give the brief AYUSH framework in India. Before elevated to a separate ministry in 2014, AYUSH used to be a department under the Ministry of Health with the name of ISMNH, that is Indian System of Medicine and Homeopathy. Later on in 2003, it was renamed as Department of AYUSH, and Yoga and Naturopathy was also included into this. AYUSH is an acronym which stands for Ayurveda, Yoga and Naturopathy, Unani, Siddha and Homeopathy. Later on in 2014, to give more thoughts on traditional medicines, Government of India elevated this Department of AYUSH to a separate ministry, and this ministry came into the force in 2014. These are the traditional systems of medicine in India. Although homeopathy is not a part of traditional system of medicine in India, it is included into AYUSH. Then we have policy documents also to support traditional systems of medicine. When we talk about the policy documents, we have National Health Policy 2017. It has been designed to integrate traditional system of medicine into the conventional system of medicines, and it has been integrated at the various levels, right from education to the public health and research. Then to regulate the standards, we have Drug and Cosmetic Act and rule in India. This is the brief of the organizational structure of Ministry of AYUSH in India. We have a full-fledged ministry. Under the ministry, we have statutory bodies, that is National Commission for Indian System of Medicine and National Commission for Homeopathy, to take care of the education standards of Indian system of medicine in India. Then we have separate research councils for each and every system of medicine. Totally we have 5 research councils under the Ministry of AYUSH. Then we have 12 national institutes to provide education to the Indian nationals as well as foreigners across the length and width of the country, to promote, propagate and provide medicinal plants. We have separate National Medicinal Plant Board under the Ministry of AYUSH. Then we have Pharmacopoeial Commission for Indian Medicine and Homeopathy, which deliberates on the pharmacopoeial standards of medicine of Indian system. Then there are different divisions in the ministry which looks after the various activities of the Ministry of AYUSH. This is a brief of the AYUSH network in the country. We have nearly 8 lakh registered practitioners of Indian system of medicine and homeopathy in India. These are the major initiatives taken by the Ministry of AYUSH during last 2.5 years. First one is the new legislation was enacted in 2020. Earlier there was a Central Council for Indian Medicine, but that was not able to meet the standards of education in the country. Therefore, government decided to dissolve that CCM and constituted National Commission for Indian Medicine and National Commission for Homeopathy under the Act of Parliament in 2020 to give focused attention on AYUSH education. Recently, on the occasion of 5th Ayurveda Day, we have 12 national institutes in the country, out of which 2 national institutes, that is Institute for Teaching and Research in Ayurveda, Jamnagar, it was conferred as a status of Institute of National Importance, and National Institute of Ayurveda, which is located in Jaipur, it was conferred with the status of deemed to be university in 2020, and both these institutes were dedicated to the nation by Honourable Prime Minister of India. On the occasion of 5th Ayurveda Day, WHO also announced the Global Center of Traditional Medicine will be established in India, and it's an achievement for India that WHO has chosen to establish its center in India. WHO also included AYUSH practitioners in the doctor population ratio. When first wave of COVID hit the entire nation, the AYUSH practitioners, they provided services, they worked as a frontline worker. After that, WHO recognized them and also they were included in the doctor population ratio. Then government has also taken steps to establish separate AYUSH export promotion councils. Earlier there was a council, but it was not dedicated to AYUSH system of medicines, but now government has established AYUSH Export Promotion Council to give thrust on the AYUSH products and services. Then, as my fellow present Director, National Academy of Ayurveda informed you that government is in process to notify the separate regulations for Ayurveda Ahar, and very soon it will be notified in the Gazette. Ministry has also developed a Namaste portal. I'll be talking about it later on. We have a complete slide onto this. Let's come to point number 8, NABH accreditation and insurance coverage. Standard was a concern for international community standards of AYUSH practice, AYUSH education and AYUSH research. Therefore, Government of India took initiatives to adopt national accreditation standards for AYUSH systems also, and we have made it mandatory for all the national institutes and teaching institute to adopt these standards. And I am happy to inform you that all the national institutes under Ministry of AYUSH, they have gained the NABH accreditation. Then insurance coverage has also been provided to AYUSH system of medicines. Earlier it was not covered under the insurance, but now in India 12 insurance companies, they are providing insurance for AYUSH treatment, especially Ayurveda. To promote investment in AYUSH sector, Government of India has taken initiative and they have launched a scheme, namely Champion Services Sector Scheme. Those who are willing to invest in Ayush sector in India, those who want to establish their hospitals and setups in India, the government will be providing interest subsidy, will help you to establish Ayurveda hospitals in the country. Then National Ayush Mission, it is the flagship schemes of Ministry of Ayush. Under this scheme, the government, central government works in collaboration with the state governments to provide healthcare delivery system at the primary healthcare center as well as community health center. Both the state government and central government, they work in harmony to provide Ayush services to the people of India. These are the tangible milestones achieved under the National Ayush Mission. I am happy to inform you that Government of India has planned to establish 1.5 lakh health and wellness centers to provide health care services to the people of India, and out of these 1.5 lakh health and wellness centers, 12,500 health and wellness centers will be managed by Ayush systems. Recently, Honourable Prime Minister, he launched 10 Ayush health and wellness centers. They were dedicated to the nations. To strengthen the Ayush drug control framework, we have established a separate vertical under the Central Drug Standard Control Organization of Government of India. I am happy to inform that Yogasan has been recognized as a sports in India, and we are in process to promote Yogasan as a sports at global level. So we are not far away when yoga will be a sports in Olympics also. Then Ayush services have also been integrated at All India Institutes of Medical Sciences. I would like to inform you that AIIMS are the premier healthcare providing institution in the India, and Ayush services have also been integrated in all the AIIMS established in India. Ministry has also taken pharmacovigilance initiatives for Ayush drugs to check the misleading advertisement and to report the adverse drug reactions. This is Ayush Grid. In the era of technology, no system can be left without the integration of technology. So Ministry has also decided to integrate technology into Ayush sector and came up with the planning of Ayush Grid. It is a digital omnibus, will be using artificial intelligence and machine learning, and under the Ayush Grid it is proposed to integrate all the teaching hospitals, all the hospitals of different systems of Indian system under a digital platform. So we will be having a real-time data of the patients as well as manufacturing units under the Ayush Grid. These are the few new initiatives taken by the Ministry of Ayush in public health programs. The first one is National Program for Prevention and Management of Musculoskeletal Disorder. As you all must be knowing that the old age people, they suffer a lot with the musculoskeletal disorders. So we have dedicatedly launched a program to take care of the musculoskeletal disorder through Ayush system of medicines. Ayush has also been integrated into NPCDCS. I'll be talking about it later on, about the data of the integration with NPCDCS. Then we have initiated a new scheme also, that is Supraja, to take care of the maternal and newborn child health. It is a dedicated program for the neonates and maternal health. Then we have planned for geriatric healthcare services also. In Ayurveda, we have various rasayans which can help to mitigate the diseases of the old age. During last three and a half years, we have seen significant growth in the number of beneficiaries who have taken Ayush treatment. From 2.5 crore, it has moved up to 4.32 crore in a span of three and a half years. This is the one result I would like to share with all of you. Ministry is also working on various public health initiatives. This program was launched in Belgaum, Karnataka, one of the state of India, and before the integration of Ayush, it was noticed that nearly 31% of the school going children in Karnataka, they were having iron deficiency anemia. The prevalence of anemia was around 31% in the school going population. After the 2 years of Ayush intervention, I'm happy to inform you that the prevalence of the anemia has been reduced to 1.8% only. There is another outstanding leads of Ayush integration into public health care delivery. There is a state which is endemic to this elephantiasis. So Ayush intervention was given, and you can see the remarkable improvement in the lymphadenitis after the treatment of 6 months. Ayurveda intervention was also included in Gadchiroli district of Maharashtra. The Ayurveda intervention was given to the tribal women and their children, and it was noticed that the average time taken by the primi gravida to deliver was reduced by 2 hours by Ayurveda intervention, and average weight gain of the baby was 200 grams. This is the one I was talking about earlier, the integration of Ayush into National Program for Control of Cancer, Diabetes, Cardiovascular Disorders and Strokes. You can see that under this program, nearly 20 lakh patients, they were screened for these diseases, and out of these 20 lakh patients, people screened, 2.26 lakh, they were enrolled for the various ailments, and this study has been published in a journal. It was found to be very beneficial. Ministry has also taken several programs for the promotion of yoga. Like you must be aware that Ministry started to celebrate International Day of Yoga, and for last year consecutively we are celebrating yoga at the global level. Then Ministry has also signed a MOU with College of Medicine United Kingdom for setting up a Center of Excellence of Ayurveda and Yoga in United Kingdom. WHO has also collaborated with Ministry of AYUSH and has launched an app that is M-Yoga app. It is available on the Play Store to demonstrate the common yoga protocol for wellness and for global use of correct practices of yoga. This is International Classification of Disease 11. Ministry of AYUSH has developed a portal which is called Namaste portal, that is National Ayush Morbidity and Standardized Terminologies e-portal, to provide standardized terminologies and morbidity codes for Ayurveda, Siddha and Unani systems of medicine along with WHO ICD-10 and 11. These codes are meant for unambiguous reporting, electronic data submission through individual institutions, and gradually moving towards adopting electronic health records. Many speakers have talked about the scientific studies to validate the concepts of Ayurveda on modern scientific parameters. So Ministry is also working with Institute of Genomics and Integrative Biology to revalidate the concepts of Ayurveda on modern medicine parameters. You can see in Ayurveda it is said Hetu, Ling and Oshad. It is the three sutra described in the Ayurveda. To validate this three sutra of Ayurveda on modern scientific parameters, we are working with Institute of Genomics and Integrative Biology. We all are from Ayurveda fraternity. We are well aware about the Vat, Pitta and Kapha. They are the biomarkers, basic biomarkers as per Ayurveda. Ministry is also working to validate these biomarkers on modern medicine parameters. Niti Aayog, which is the national think tank of India, which helps Government of India to formulate policies and strategies. They are also working on integrative health policy for research and development, education, clinical practice and public health. And AYUSH has been incorporated into this policy document also. Then to give thoughts on investment, Ministry of AYUSH has established a strategic policy and facilitation bureau in Ministry of AYUSH with the help of Invest India, and we have also established a dedicated service export cell to give thoughts on export of services. Recently, this Forum of Indian Tradition Medicine, which works under the Government of India, they have conducted a study of AYUSH market size. I'm happy to inform you that the Ministry had planned to threefold AYUSH market size in 5 years in 2007. But I'm happy to inform that within 3 years, we have seen that the AYUSH market size has been 5-folded instead of 3-folded. Thank you so much. Once again, I would like to thank Government of India, Embassy of India to Netherlands and MERU University for giving me these opportunities to share my thoughts with you. Thank you so much. Namaste.
Namaskar. Namaskar. Thank you so much. Let's then continue with Dr. Bevan Morris. Yes, please. Associate Professor, Institute of Teaching and Research in Ayurveda, Ministry of AYUSH, Jamnagar, Gujarat. Please.
Namaste to everyone.
Namaste.
As my previous speakers told that Hetu, Ling and Aushad, they are the three sutra of Ayurveda. And after Hetu, Aushad is very important part. So I am going to speak about the recent initiatives of Ministry about the quality assurance of Aushad, that is medicine. So basically I am from the India's first Institute of National Importance in Ayurveda, that is known as ITRA, Institute of Teaching and Research in Ayurveda, Jamnagar. Previously you guys know about the institute with the name of Gujarat Ayurveda University, Jamnagar. So the title of my speech is Initiative Towards Standardization in Ayush Sector. Standardization, when we talk about the standardization word, standardization of a single drug means a drug complies with the data generated scientifically for an authentic drug. And standardization of compound formulation means ascertaining the parameters established for ethically and classically prepared formulations. In Ayurveda we have two types of medicines, as we all know that many of drugs like ashwagandha or drug like guruchi, they are given as a single drug, and some of them are like polyherbal formulations like chawanprash or triphala. So we require standard medicine which can be equal. For example, there are many coffee shops which provides the equal quality of coffee wherever you go in the entire world. Likewise, we should have standard quality of medicine as well. The entire system of education has changed in recent years. Ayurveda initially was taught, like as we know that Brahma Smrutva, Ayurveda was initially remembered by Brahmaji, and then it was taught to the Shishyas by Gurukul system of teaching, Guru Shishya Parampara. Then in 20th century it turned to classroom system, and now, right now probably we have listeners from all across the globe with the help of this recent technology. And likewise the scripts, previously like in our institute we have more than 1 lakh pages of manually written manuscripts. Then they were converted into books, and later on now there are so many apps available, applications available. And likewise the medicines, initially medicines were prepared by Vaidya himself. We have so many references available in classics that Vaidya used to wake up early in the morning in the Brahma Muhurat and used to collect the different raw materials according to the seasons and prepare their own medicines at their own locally grown herbs. But in the 20th century especially, as you can see in the pictures, this practice is almost entirely changed. Nowadays, rarely I see maybe 10% of Vedyas they are preparing their own medicines. Otherwise, 90% of the Vedyas are depending upon the pharmaceutical companies, those who are producing the medicines in bulk. As my previous speakers told that more than 7,000 plus practitioners are in India of Ayurveda and Ayush system of medicine, and more than 8,000 pharmacies, small scale pharmacy to large scale pharmacies are there. That's why the drug standardization is very essential to assess the safety, efficacy and quality of drugs. It can be done with the 3 attributes like authenticity, purity and assessment, and for that macroscopic, microscopic, physico-chemical, preliminary phytochemical and chromatographic techniques are well established. Nowadays we have TLCs, thin layer chromatography, protocols are available for almost all the leading herbs, and likewise we are in the process of standardization with the help of chromatography, spectrophotometry, electrophoresis and other modern techniques like NMR as well. Advanced chromatography, spectrophotometry, these are some of the tools through which we can standardize our medicine. When we talk about the legal aspect of this standardization, as per the Indian Drug and Cosmetic Act 1940 and Drug and Cosmetic Rules 1945, it contains or it implies about the standardization of Ayurvedic medicine. There are a number of chapters given in this Drug and Cosmetic Act and Drug and Cosmetic Rules as shown in the slide. I am not going to the details. However, in this Drug and Cosmetic Act Rules 1945, in part, as you can see, manufacture for sale of Ayurvedic, including Siddha and Unani drugs, rule number 151 to 168 are technically attributed to the Ayurvedic drugs, in which especially rule number 168 is for drug standardization. More than 75,000 patent and proprietary medicines are having self-depending standards. They have established their own standards, while approximately 750 ASU drugs have pharmacopoeia standards. However, I am sure you know that more than 3 lakhs Ayurvedic formulations are there in different Ayurvedic classics, but we are for now having focused on 750 classical products. And there are so many issues regarding this standardization process, like what to be taken, how to be taken. Simple example, Triphala. When we define Triphala, there is one ratio that 1, 2 and 4 is the proportion. Some other option, equal quantity of all these 3 drugs. So likewise, there are so many drugs where we require standards. So for that purpose, we require a pharmacopoeia. And in rule number 161B, shelf life of or the date of expiry of medicine is also very important, because initially Vaidyas used to prepare their own medicine. The shelf life was, I mean, even for right now, even for our institute, we are preparing our medicines by ourselves. So normally on an average day, patient will always get a very fresh medicine, not older than 2 months. Never. But when we talk about the country like India, or when we talk about it at a global level, the process of procuring raw material, preparing medicine and distribution in the entire world network, it takes so much of time itself. So in this condition, shelf life of drugs are to be redefined with the modern packing technology and the modern techniques of preservation. So nowadays, Ministry has compulsorized the stability test, and that too real-time stability test, not the accelerated stability test. We have a technical advisory board, approximately 21 to 23 members are there, right from DG Health Services, he is the ex officio member, and some technical persons, some teachers and some representation for pharmaceutical companies as well. As I told you that initially Vaidyas used to prepare their own medicine, and they were mainly focused on the Nigantu, the standard protocols prescribed by the Nigantus. Like different herbal parts what we use in practice, they are supposed to be collected in different seasons or different time of the day or Rutu. For example, if we prepare Guruchi Sattva in typical Indian monsoon, we will get around 1% to 2% of yield. But if it is collected in March, February or March, we will get even up to 5 to 7% of Guruchi Sattva. So likewise, if we just focus or if we just follow our classics blindly, then also we can get standardized medicines. But when we talk about the industry in toto, we have some parameters. We should have some guidelines, which is known as pharmacopoeia. The pharmaceutical products are tested for the quality with reference to an official standard referred as pharmacopoeia. Pharmacopoeias described to the minimum specification which pharmaceutical products should comply with. At least this much should be there. However, there are more than 130 different types of formulations mentioned in different classics of Ayurveda. Right now we have focused on around 23 types of formulations, out of which 13 are mainly focusing on herbal formulations, whereas rest of them are Rasaushadhis, which contains metals and minerals. There is a specially designed the Ayurvedic Pharmacopoeia Committee working for this purpose, in which we have a number of representation right from the industrial part, practitioners and the overall Ayurveda community. And the functions are as shown in the slide. Because of the lack of time, I'm not going into the line by line reading. Aims and objectives to prepare Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani and Homeopathic Pharmacopoeia, API, SPI, UPI and HPI respectively, prescribe the standard of raw material for identity, purity and strength and quality and so on. I am happy to share that right now we have a standard of single herbal products, single drugs, around 645 drugs, monograph of 645 in different volumes as shown in the slide. All these volumes contains X amount of herbs described completely and having analytical parameters, established analytical parameters of all these drugs. These are most of them are available freely online on AYUSH website and other portals, and likewise we have around 203 monographs of all these compound formulations which are most popular. These are some of the pictures of Ayurvedic Formulary of India and Bharatiya Ayurveda Yoga Sangra, that is Ayurvedic Formulary of India in different parts. There are around 635 formulations. And likewise, these are the pictures of other volumes of Ayurvedic Pharmacopoeia of India, which are freely accessible. And for this standards, to check the standards of all these medicines, we have exclusively working Pharmacopoeial Laboratory for Indian Medicine, that is PLIM. And they are working in the field of this standardization of Ayurvedic medicine. As on date, 44 drug testing laboratories are approved all across the country for the provision of Drug and Cosmetic Rule 1945 for testing of Ayurvedic, Siddha, Unani and Homeopathic drugs, and approximately 600 Ayurvedic single drugs and 150 formulations have been developed and published in the Ayurvedic Pharmacopoeia with certain standards by this PLIM. And these are some of the technical parameters. I'm not going into the details, but these are supposed to be tested before introducing these products in the market, like ash value, water soluble extractives, alcohol soluble extractives, TLC, microscopic description, microbial load, which is very, very important if we are exporting our medicines, likewise heavy metals and aflatoxins. And for stability testing protocols and stability protocols, we have this many of parameters are already in practice. Here I have quoted just one simple example of Terminalia Arjuna, which is a very promising cardio tonic all across the globe, and it is prescribed very frequently. It is one of my personal favorite drug as well. And for this we have established HPLC methods and HPTLC methods to identify the exact amount of the active alkaloids. Few more important initiatives taken by the ministry, as we have MOUs and we are working in collaboration with some of the leading modern medicine side departments and laboratories like CSIR, ICMR and DST. And we have multidisciplinary database on flora, fauna, metals and minerals. We are also developing a seed bank, herbarium of medicinal plants and drug repositories of herbs, metals and minerals. Establishment of national medicine on traditional health knowledge, that is NMTHK has been emphasized to taking up this task in organized fashion. Quality certification for the AYUSH medicines, compulsory GMP, that is good manufacturing practices, is very much compulsory for all the Ayurvedic pharmaceutical companies. Pre-sale certificate and non-conviction certificates on demand, and especially those who are in the export business of exports, they should have WHO GMP or COPP certification for export oriented ASU herbal drugs, and voluntary certification for quality of AYUSH products through QCI, that is Quality Council of India scheme, and AYUSH standard mark. This is not compulsory, but based on the compliance to the standards more than domestic regulatory requirements. And there is one AYUSH premium mark. that is especially for WHO GMP or US FDA criteria or GMP prescribed by importing country like Mauritius, South Africa, and many more countries are importing our classical medicines as well. So for this, if they have Ayush premium mark, then they get kind of validation from the ministry. And at last, I'd like to mention my institute where we are teaching exclusively Ayurvedic pharmacy. Probably it is the only of its kind where we have courses right from diploma to PhD for Ayurvedic pharmaceutical sciences. And at this juncture, I'd like to take all of you to be taken care of this, that we have produced good quality Vedyas all across the globe. But I doubt do we have enough of Ayurvedic pharmacists in the market. And there is a huge demand. Honestly speaking, every single day I get phone calls from all across the country that please provide us some standard quality pharmacists, those who can research, produce or market our medicines properly. As we are working in the betterment of Ayurveda, this course is very much important for even for Maharishi and other institutions throughout the globe to take the notice of. Thank you very much for listening me patiently.
Thank you.
Thank you. These are the photos of our Mother Institute.
Afternoon, namaskar everyone. Welcome back. We will continue with the rest of the program, and this will be a presentation of Dr. Tony Nadar, and I'm inviting Dr. Walter Mölk to introduce him.
It's a great joy to introduce Dr. Tony Nadar, MD, PhD, the patron of this Congress. He is an accomplished neuroscientist, MIT and Harvard trained, and internationally recognized Vedic scholar. Dr. Nadar has received his MD degree from the American University of Beirut and his PhD in the area of brain and cognitive science from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. And he completed postdoctoral work as clinical and research fellow in neurology at the Massachusetts General Hospital, Harvard Medical School. Dr. Nadar has written several groundbreaking books. The first one was Human Physiology, Expression of Veda and the Vedic Literature, and Ramayana in Human Physiology, and also some important papers on consciousness and mathematics. And recently launched the book One Unbounded Ocean of Consciousness, which creates a new paradigm to solve several problems which we are facing at the moment. So it's a great joy to ask Dr. Nadar to address this 6th International Ayurveda Congress.
It's a great joy and a great honor to be participating in this timely and important step in spreading total knowledge of health to the world. And thank all the participants and organizers, and particularly pay homage and pranam to the great Honourable Minister of AYUSH from the wonderful holistic land of the Veda, Dr. Kalubhai ji, pranam to you, and to the great government of Modi ji and all the great leaders in India that bring constantly flow and waves of knowledge for wholeness to the world. Ayurveda is more and more, of course, understood and accepted in the West as a very valid technique and way of creating health. It has already, we can say, entered the mainstream, as we can see that more and more hospitals and institutions are looking for treatments and approaches that are holistic, and Ayurveda, which is a millennial in its lifetime, has proven itself through centuries of practice through billions and billions of people going throughout the ages in the process of being treated and having their health maintained and disease prevented through the practice of Ayurveda, and also through the modern scientific understanding and approach towards health and towards what is real, what is true, what is healthy, and what is effective, the scientific method of investigation. There has been many scientific research on the plants, the herbs, the treatments that are offered by Ayurveda, and therefore this is where also there is recognition of its value and its importance in curing disease as well as preventing from illness and problems. So it is that the mainstream, which is today mainstream, has as if taken a path away from the flood of the river, the huge river of knowledge, and it's the mainstream that is moving back towards the knowledge of wholeness and ultimately in the ocean of consciousness and the ocean of being that is the ultimate aspect of experience and aspect of what health is about and what wholeness is about, and in fact, what life as a whole is about. Because Ayurveda is, as we have certainly heard and are being discussed in this conference, is a science that has many, many branches in its field of approach to health. They include anywhere from herbs and treatments and medical approaches from the level of the chemistry of life to environmental aspects, relationship between individual and the cycles of nature, the chronobiology, which has shown that certain procedures work better at certain times because the body also has different hormonal cycles and different aptitudes, and different metabolic processes that will influence how an approach, even from a chemical perspective, using different chemicals and herbs, influence the physiology. Besides the importance of using the total intelligence that is in those plants and those chemical procedures that are happening through the combination of ingredients, not just the individual active elements or active ingredients, but the combination of them that simultaneously create the effect, but also balance the potential for any effect that might not be desirable. So we have this complete natural process from herbs. We have the cleaning, detoxification, removal of things that have accumulated in the body. We have diet, which is maintenance, and the importance of acknowledging the importance of food, which used to be considered only in terms of basic caloric input to the physiology, and now is understood, of course, more and more in terms of different proteins, different amino acids, and different fat and sugar elements, and then more in terms of minerals and rare elements and vitamins and antioxidants. And all of these have been and are being researched also from the perspective of the Ayurvedic approach and studied scientifically through rigorous scientific experimentation. Ultimately, what is most important, and I would like to dwell on this as a primary aspect of Ayurveda, particularly because other aspects, I'm sure, have been also covered and will be covered in different ways, is the importance of consciousness and awareness. And that brings us to how actually Ayurveda contributes to the full value of what health is about and what life is about. And that is in addressing the meaning of life and the purpose of life in this ultimate way. Why do we want to be healthy? Why do we want to have a healthy physiology? Naturally, because we want to feel better, we want to feel we are growing, we want to feel we can achieve our desires and fulfill our goals for ourselves and society. But what are these goals and where do they take us? What is the ultimate purpose of all of that? And this is where Ayurveda, based on Veda, which is knowledge, because there are these two components in Ayurveda, Ayur, the span of life, the life and the prolongation of life, and the healthy and wholeness of life, and Veda, which is knowledge, not just the knowledge about that, but knowledge as a whole and understanding as a whole. So Ayurveda contributes also to putting life in the context of wholeness, of the meaning of being, the meaning of existence. And the meaning of life is the growth of consciousness until every individual becomes fully enlightened and experience themselves as the unified field of natural law, which is the source of all that there is, and know themselves to be fully integrated individual within themselves and with the environment and the whole universe, and therefore liberate themselves from the limitations of life and experience not only happiness, but full bliss consciousness, fullness of life, so that life can be lived in wholeness and fullness as it should be on the individual level and also on the social level, so that there is peace in society and growth of integration, so that all differences that are on the surface become supportive to each other for a healthy, happy society and a peaceful world. So Ayurveda takes us from the well-being of the individual to the well-being of society and the well-being and fullness of life on planet Earth. And that is really achievable through the development of a healthy body, of course, through the different procedures of Ayurveda. But that healthy body is only a reflection of a healthy dynamics of consciousness. And it is a back and forth relationship as if between what we see as material and what truly is on the level of awareness, on the level of the mind. And so consciousness is primary in Ayurveda, consciousness is primary in the development of life. The development of consciousness is the ultimate purpose of life, is the ultimate purpose of health, the ultimate purpose of fulfilling one's desires and acting in the world is to rise in consciousness so that we are liberated. In the ancient Vedic terminology, that is moksha, liberation from limitations. So life is free and full and lived in its wholeness. So wholeness of life is the ultimate purpose of Ayurveda, and Ayurveda achieves it through technologies of consciousness as present in the Vedic literature, from yoga and all other aspects, could be even Gandharva Veda, Sthapatya Veda, all that relates to the relationship between the individual and the cosmos, the individual and the environment, the structure of our houses, the relationships that we have with sound and vibrations of sound in yoga and yajna, and the integration of the individual's life. So we really rejoice in the fullness of Ayurveda as it brings life in the stream, in the mainstream, the river, and melts with the ocean of existence, the ocean of being, which is our true self, unbounded, pure being. So Ayurveda takes us from the specifics that allow us to be healthy, happy, and achieve our desires, to the holistic, the most holistic value, a preventive value, and enriching, enlivening value that gives us the experience of enlightenment, the experience of pure being as being the reality of everything, as the reality of everyone, and rise in consciousness to full unity consciousness, where one knows that the source of oneself, the aspect of oneself, is the same as everything else, one unbounded ocean of consciousness that allows us to live in peace, because then we have oneness with everything. On the level of direct experience, this is what transcendental meditation that has been brought to us by His Holiness Maharishi Mahesh Yogi brings to the awareness and brings to the realization of the importance of mind and body as one continuous reality of consciousness, expressing itself in different ways. On some level, it is a surface value of physical expression. On another level, it's a level of mind and thought and intellect and being and sense of self, and ultimately as a sense of one unbounded being, one consciousness. That is what brings full peace to the individual, and that is being studied, has been understood from its effectiveness, its practical results in scientific terms, with hundreds of scientific research studies, as there are hundreds of research studies now conducted on different plants and herbs and the importance of diet. So it's my great joy to be feeling great gratitude to the tradition of Vedic masters, to Maharishi and his master, Gurudev, who have brought to us this perfect knowledge of integration of life, and to the tradition that is enlivened today by the government of India and the honorable representative that we have with us, and certainly with great gratitude to the government of the Netherlands, which is able to hold all kinds of oceans of knowledge and being, and which is allowing us to have and opening their arms to have this greater knowledge of life and living in accordance with natural law, in accordance with that which brings evolution and fullness to the individual on the practical level, which also leads to great practical achievements on the physical level, be it in terms of comforts of life as well as technology that allow us to live in tune with the environment, protect the environment, the rivers, and the air that we breathe, and the ecology that we have, and includes the trees and the animals and all aspects of life on earth through a higher consciousness, which is able to see all the interconnectedness from a broad perspective. It is by raising consciousness that we can resolve these problems of today. By having a wider awareness, we can actually find the solutions to complicated problems that seem to have, eluded us in terms of their solutions. So Ayurveda, in its most expansive, most grand reality, brings also solutions to all these difficulties of conflicts between nations, conflicts between people, and also conflicts between human life and ecological, environmental life that wants to grow and be balanced, while humans want also to develop their economies and well-being and technologies. And the solutions to this will always be in awareness, in consciousness. If we have wide awareness, wide consciousness, profound, settled being, mind and body, then we are able to find great solutions, and human life can grow in perfect balance with its environment and ensure a future for every nation and for the whole world that is a balanced future in peace and harmony and continuing progress. All glory to the traditions that bring this knowledge, modern and ancient. All glory to the tradition of Vedic knowledge that is represented today among us by all participants, and particularly by the great Honourable Kalubhai ji. Namaste and Jai Guru Dev.
Thank you, Dr. Nadarji, for your words of wisdom, reminding us of how the mainstream of health is moving towards the ocean of being, of wholeness, and how much Ayurveda has to give us to find that wholeness. Thank you so much. We will now proceed with the rest of the conference. The afternoon session will be started. It's on education. It will be started with Franz Rutz. Please come forward for your presentation. Franz is President, Swiss Ayurveda Umbrella Organization, a member of and former board member of the Swiss Regulatory Body of Alternative Medicine, and former member of Cantonal Parliament in Switzerland. May I invite you for your lecture?
So my topic is the situation in Switzerland. Switzerland, there officially approved Ayurveda professions in the national trainings of the Swiss education and the health system, including Maharishi Ayurveda, the first time one of the accredited schools. Your Excellency, Dr Munjpara, Minister of State, Minister of AYUSH, Government of India, Your Excellency Shri Kumar Rawat, Ambassador of India to the Netherlands, dear representatives, friends and colleagues of Ayurveda around the world, I'm very happy to contribute to this very special 6th Ayurveda Congress with the developments and achievements in education and training of Ayurveda in Switzerland, which are lively going on. I'm speaking here as the president of the Swiss Ayurveda Umbrella Organization. This umbrella organization consists of all Ayurveda associations for Ayurveda practitioners in Switzerland, and in addition the schools accredited for the official Ayurveda trainings for the national diplomas. In these 3 times 5 minutes, I will cover 3 points. First of all, I would like to use the example of Switzerland to show you that the establishment of Ayurveda in a Western country is possible. Second, I would like to tell you a little bit about the way to achieve this. And thirdly, I would like to make a suggestion on how Ayurveda can be further strengthened in Europe and the world outside of India. In Switzerland, complementary medicine received its constitutional recognition through a nationwide referendum on a constitutional amendment held in 2009. With that, complementary medicine became part in the federal constitution, and it's now part of Switzerland's public health system. In that favorable context, governmentally recognized professions were regulated. Since 2015, Ayurveda is recognized in Switzerland in 2 new professions leading to a federal diploma. First diploma in Ayurveda medicine, in total 4,200 learning hours under the supervision of the State Secretariat for Education, Research and Innovation, and under the guidance of the Swiss Regulatory Body of Alternative Medicine. Second diploma in Ayurveda therapy, 2,200 learning hours, also under the supervision of the State Secretariat for Education, Research and Innovation, and under the guidance of the Swiss Regulatory Body of Complementary Therapy. These two professions can be studied now in officially accredited schools. The official title of these professions are, for the first one, naturopathic practitioner in Ayurveda medicine, for the second one, complementary therapist in Ayurveda therapy. A system of governmental scholarship is introduced to support the students financially through this education process. Training in Ayurveda and Ayurveda therapy are both meant for persons without prior training in allopathy. This means concretely that trainings take place on the non-university level. But in the trainings, a good proportion of allopathic knowledge is taught so that the professionals in Ayurveda are able to handle the connection with the medical realms in the Western world. The health insurance companies reimburse Ayurvedic treatments and remedies in the supplementary insurance part. Naturopathic practitioners in Ayurveda medicine have the permission to prescribe and hand out Ayurvedic medicines. Under the revised Swiss law, these remedies are recognized as therapeutic products and no longer as food supplements or cosmetics. For Asian remedies, a legally defined simplified recognition procedure is applied. As an example, the Swiss Ayurveda umbrella organization has the mandate to organize and conduct final examinations in Ayurveda medicine under the supervision of the Swiss regulatory body for alternative medicine. In this context, the Swiss Ayurveda umbrella organization has created quite recently the curriculum of Ayurvedic medical plants and formulations that the students have to know. This is the curriculum, 247 pages. Since 1 week it is out, and we are proud that we had hundreds of hours invested and is in connection with what we have in the Indian formula of what is the name of it?
National Academy of Ayurveda.
Yes. Yeah. So this is the book. The Swiss Ayurveda umbrella organization also works closely with the Swiss Medic, the National Institution for the Recognition of Remedies. It's important that the Ayurvedic remedies get an official recognition in Switzerland, and as decided already in the Therapeutic Product Act from the members of the National Parliament. One of the officially accredited schools for training in Ayurveda medicine in Switzerland has now also included Maharishi Ayurveda learning contents in its curriculum. This starts with the basic modules on good health through prevention, followed by 4 training days each in diet, digestion and nutrition, self-pulse reading for good health, and Maharishi Yoga. The theme Veda in the human physiology is also included, as well as self-experience in meditation using transcendental meditation. It is a remarkable coincidence that this step in the school perfectly resonates with the certificate awarded today by AYUSH for the contents of the Maharishi Ayurveda trainings. The school is convinced that our society needs therapists and doctors who invest also in their own personality and their development of consciousness at the time of their training to become professionals in complementary medicine. In this holistic understanding, Ayurveda, in its deep essence and effectiveness, can help the people the most to cultivate the laws of nature alive in their own beings for health, happiness and success in life. The official developments in Ayurveda in Switzerland are noticed in India since at least 7 years. In 2016, the Indian government acknowledged the Swiss regulatory model for the globalization of Ayurveda. In September 2016, a compilation of this model presented by the Indian-Swiss Ayurveda Foundation has been sent to all Indian ambassadors in Europe with the instruction to work towards its implementation with local governments and Ayurveda communities. I think you will hear about that in detail from our next speaker, Dr. Simone Hunziger. Promotional work is going on to equally motivate Swiss physicians to study and practice Ayurveda medicine. For this reason, a separate Swiss Medical Association for Ayurveda was founded for doctors in 2017. A quick look back. Maharishi Mahesh, the founder of the Transcendental Meditation, began to renew Ayurveda worldwide at the beginning of the 80s. This wave of renewal also enlivened Switzerland, as our country was the home for Maharishi Mahesh for more than 10 years. It is thanks to his inspiration that the Swiss Association for Maharishi Ayurveda was founded already in 1985. In this sense, the current success of Ayurveda in Switzerland is also a result of his blessing. The Swiss Association for Maharishi Ayurveda was therefore for the last 12 years the official national body responsible for Ayurveda medicine in Switzerland. In cooperation and in a great teamwork with its all interested institutions, it developed all the competence documents and curriculum papers for the training as a naturopathic practitioner in Ayurveda in line with the benchmarks of Ayurveda from the World Health Organization. To understand such an unprecedented achievement in a country, it is important to know the thought processes and principles behind the strategies. Thereafter, one can start thinking about doing steps in implementing Ayurveda, the ancient Indian medical system, also in the health system of other countries outside of India. I am convinced that in every country there are organizations that are committed to the well-being and health of the people. These organizations must be united in a network in order to strengthen the lobby for complementary medicine and for Ayurveda in particular. I'm thinking here of patient organizations that are involved in health issues and patient protection. I'm thinking of insurance companies that are active in the field of prevention. I'm thinking of institutions that offer prevention training and courses. And for sure, there are also new initiatives in a country from which we have not heard yet and which are active in these fields with a completely fresh thinking and ideas. All of them should be united into a single force. Together, it must be possible to forge alliances in politics which also create better conditions for complementary medicine at the level of a country's legislation. I am convinced that people in other countries are also in favor of complementary medicine. Politicians are always ready to support collective opinions in the population if they are clearly and unambitiously demanded. Warm greetings from Switzerland. I'm open to further discussion in this direction. Namaskar. Thank you for the invitation.
Thank you so much. Mirta and Stefano Castellaro, the project coordinators for the Europe and France, two Erasmus and co-funded projects, and it's an innovative whole school approach for policy reform through transcendental meditation, for preventing violence, promoting inclusive and successful education. Okay. Please, welcome.
So, thank you very much for inviting us to speak and present the project in this exceptional, incredible Congress. And we are going to share a presentation. Basically, the project that we want to present are the France and Europe project that have been two project co-funded by the European Commission in the program Erasmus Plus of Education of the European Commission, and they've been running from 2016 to 2019. The project were based on an innovative approach, fostering resilience, mental health, and well-being in education. And we would like to start showing you a little video clip, very short, of one of the implementation in the project in a primary school, just to give you a feeling. Okay, the audio?
Yes, it works. Abbiamo 900 alunni, circa 400 alla scuola secondaria di primo grado e 500 circa alla scuola primaria. Quindi è un istituto grande e anche molto complesso, perché abbiamo all'interno del nostro istituto una grande presenza sia in termini assoluti che anche percentuali di alunni con bisogni educativi speciali e in particolare un aumento progressivo di alunni con disturbi evolutivi, ad esempio disturbi dell'attenzione, problemi di comportamento. Quando una mia insegnante mi ha proposto questo progetto che conosceva, ho pensato perché no? Perché no? Perché non provare? Feedback che sono arrivati dagli alunni, che sono tutti alunni della scuola primaria. Siamo partiti con 5 classi della scuola primaria, quarte e quinte, sono stati estremamente positivi, sorprendentemente positivi, e questo lo hanno notato sia gli alunni che lo hanno scritto proprio: mi sento più tranquillo, mi sento più calmo, riesco a pensare meglio, che gli insegnanti. Si accorgono che da quando gli alunni della loro classe meditano, questo ricade ovviamente anche sulle relazioni all'interno del gruppo classe.
Mi aiuta molto per la concentrazione, mi riesco a concentrare un po' meglio. La mattina mi dà energia per continuare la giornata, il pomeriggio mi rilassa. Quando facevo le verifiche ero agitata e non riuscivo a scrivere. Invece adesso mi aiuta la meditazione perché non sono più tanto agitata.
Da quando ho iniziato la meditazione mi sento più forte di carattere, cioè in senso che già lo scorso anno ero molto sensibile e adesso so reagire e mi sono rafforzato. Anche con gli amici sono adesso molto più socievole, più sicuro di me.
Okay, the objective of the Friends Project, just a second, have been promoting inclusive education, improve mental well-being of student and teacher, less anxiety, depression and burnout, and improving generally emotional intelligence, better behavior in the school environment with the inclusion of disadvantaged and minorities. The project has been conducted by a team of 17 partners from 7 European countries: Portugal, Italy, UK, Spain, Belgium, the Netherlands, and Sweden. And the partners have been Study Center promoting innovation in education, the University of Algarve and of Bologna in Italy and Portugal for the research, public institutions like the Regional Teacher Training Center for Continuous Professional Development, municipality, parent association, and a national organization for the teaching of transcendental meditation in the implementing countries. Altogether, in the 3 projects, have been trained in transcendental meditation 2,300 students and learners. It was implemented for formal and non-formal education. More than 1,200 teachers, about 300 parents, for a total of 50 cluster of school and schools that have been implementing the program in these 3 years. And with an expansion in new sectors such as migrant, prisons, and sport. There have been a great involvement of local, regional, and national policymakers, and often there have been synergy with governmental programs such as the Curriculum Flexibility Program in Portugal and collaboration with UNESCO schools. The innovative approach on which was based the project is the Transcendental Meditation Program for School, involving the practice for 10-15 minutes at the beginning and the end of the school day of this simple, scientifically documented psychophysiological technique that is the mental aspect of Ayurveda. The uniqueness of this whole school approach then has been to address the root cause of school failure and violence and negative attitude by directly promoting the psychophysiological well-being of all students and learners, including migrants, ethnic minorities, and disadvantaged backgrounds. This is the experience of a child participating, the power of the mind. We reach places in our mind unknown to us, but with transcendental meditation, we can explore them. And some of the result of the research we can see here in a control group study where there is a decrease in emotional problem. This is on students age 5 to 11 for the group practicing TM in the 3 months, after 3 months, while there is actually an increase of those problems in the classes that were control group. And then also decrease in children relation problem, the same, while actually the classes started TM later after 3 months and then had the same results of the previous. Then for students 12 to 18, we can see, for instance, less fear of being humiliated in public, less fear, an increase in resilience, and less feeling of tension and impulsivity after 3 months of practice. And this is still pre-post test for teachers. We can see in general a better balance between positive and negative effects, so a much better feeling of well-being, less burnout, emotional exhaustion, and less anxiety after 3 months of practice. The project inspired also an expansion in the prison sector, in a prison for long sentence or for 25 years or more on detention in Italy, and involving inmates and of prison officers, and applying the same protocol and the research test utilized in the France. And the inmates were reporting good experience like greater calmness, less impulsivity, and new insight and vision on their own life. And this is confirmed by the research. We see here in the inmate sample a significant decrease in anxiety and a significant decrease in depression that actually is very tough to address, especially in a prison setting for longer detention.
Now we want to see what is the relevance of the TM program in contributing to solve emerging social problems that are due to the COVID-19 pandemic and related social costs. If we look at the actual world situation, we see that there is an increased demand for mental health due to the pandemic. For example, the World Health Organization has recently highlighted how the COVID pandemic has disrupted critical mental health services in 93% of countries worldwide, with an increased level of stress, anxiety, mental health problems, all problems affecting the children success in school and bring it to a danger of increasing of school dropout. And just to mention a figure from the World Health Organization, according to a pre-COVID estimate among 130 countries, there is $1 trillion in economic productivity that is lost annually just from depression and anxiety alone. Also, at the level of the policy discussion, mental health and well-being is becoming central for governments. For example, we wanted to mention a few institutions. The European Commission is launching now a conference, a summit, the next decade of European education, And one of the main topics of this summit will be how can the well-being of teachers and pupils be improved? So this is a topic very much on the discussion now, also at the level of European Commission. For example, the Lifelong Learning Interest Group in the European Parliament is launching an event, Funding Education for Well-being. And also here there is a focus on the importance of mental health and well-being and the need of policy to ensure the well-being and resilience of learners and education. Also to mention a recent report from UNESCO just been released, Reimagining Our Future Together, a new social contract for education, and is a report that catalyzed global debate on how education needs to be rethought. And in here also we can see that there is a focus on how education should enable people to create long-term social and economic well-being. There is really a focus on student well-being, healthy relationship, and mental health. And just to mention a national case, the Portuguese case, the government has just launched an initiative and a plan, Escola Plus 2133. And this plan aims at recovering learning loss due to the COVID pandemic. And in here also, between the priorities of this plan, there is very much emphasis on improving well-being, promote improvements in social, physical, and emotional well-being. This is a topic very much under discussion now. So we skip the Sustainable Development Goals that we address number 3 and 4, good health and quality education. We just want to mention that due to seeing the result of the France Europe project and the background of the research that there is on TM, we can say that transcendental meditation is a very effective response to the increasing demand for mental health.
And that this program could really very well become mainstreaming, considering what are the priority now in education. For if you want more information about the project, then you can find it at this website, and this is our contact. And so thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing this wonderful project. We continue with the next, Gordana Markovic. Please come forward. Gordana is member state expert committee on complementary medicine of the Ministry of Health of the Republic of Serbia, Director Social and Preventive Medicine, Department at the Zemun Health Center in Belgrade. And she will be talking about the importance of the postgraduate certificate in Ayurveda for health professionals at the Alma Mater University in bringing Ayurveda into the mainstream.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure for me to be here and to present to you how the postgraduate training in Maharishi Ayurveda for the medical professionals at the Alma Mater Ayurveda University contributes to bringing Ayurveda into mainstream medical practice. If we want to see Ayurveda becoming a mainstream medical practice worldwide, we need to work in these 3 areas at the same time. The first area is legislation. The second area is the education of health professionals. And the third area, which needs focus, is informing the general public. Ayurveda should be recognized by law in each country in which it is being practiced. In accordance with the recommendation of the World Health Organization, each country should pass legislation to regulate its application, research, evaluation, quality control, etc. It is very important to define who can apply Ayurveda as well as where it can be applied. Because the number of healthcare professionals interested in practicing Ayurveda full-time or part-time is increasing worldwide, it is essential to provide them with high standard education and knowledge that can be implemented instantly into their daily Western medical practice. Maharishi College of Perfect Health has organized training for health professionals for decades, but wanting to help bring Ayurveda into mainstream, they realized that it is very important to educate health professionals at the highest university levels through a high-quality curriculum adjusted to the current moment. Thanks to the cooperation between the International Maharishi Ayurveda Foundation and the Alma Mater Ayurveda University, a new opportunity has been created for those medical doctors and other health professionals who recognize the value and the need for extending and enriching their knowledge and their practice with Maharishi Ayurveda. From April this year, Alma Mater University in Slovenia offers a 1-year postgraduate certificate in Ayurveda for health professionals. Currently, we have students coming from 9 countries and 3 continents. The postgraduate training provides a unique educational opportunity for all eligible health professionals who wish to expand the scope and effectiveness of their healthcare practice and to practice Ayurveda professionally. It enables them to begin a new career or to add to their existing career to profound, time-tested natural wisdom of Ayurveda. The program lasts 1 year and consists of 6 courses and has 3 different teaching modalities. The first modality is the on-campus block set that is held at the Alma Mater campus in Maribor, and where students are presented with the core knowledge and skills of the program. The second modality are the at-home blocks, which are scheduled in between the on-residence block set. At that time, students are expected to put the knowledge and the skills learned during the on-campus block set into practice or on their own. This is a very important segment of the training because during this modality, students enliven the theoretical knowledge which they gained at the on-campus block set. The third modality is the online webinars, and at this stage of the course, students have the opportunity to ask questions and share the experiences they had during the at-home blocks and from the practice with their patients. During that time, we try to clarify anything that may be confusing or unclear. Students also present their case studies, and we'll look at them together, make comments, and discuss the possible treatment plans. That means that they have continuous supervision and support during the whole training process. During this training, students learn how to apply the profound principles and practical skills of Maharishi Ayurveda in their practice, how to use that knowledge for the prevention, diagnosis, and treatment of common diseases, and how to cultivate optimum health. They also learn personalized self-care programs, including transcendental meditation, which help them to increase their learning abilities, job satisfaction, and general well-being in their own personal lives. Basically, this course is created for health professionals who already have medical knowledge and experience in working with patients. They receive the finest, most methodically systematized Ayurvedic knowledge, which they can immediately implement in their medical practice. The topics are organized in such a way that they cover all the important segments slowly and with ease, in such a sequence that with each next topic they gain a deeper level of Ayurvedic knowledge, which leads them to a wholesome understanding of Ayurveda and to feel secure and confident in their practice. Besides the basic Ayurvedic topics, another important segments our students learn during this training are the steps of the Ayurvedic consultation. The main part of this is Nadi Vigyan, pulse diagnosis, a practical, fully teachable diagnostic system that has been revived in Maharishi Ayurveda. Students start to learn this diagnosis from the very beginning of the course and continue throughout the whole training. Each time they go deeper into the practice, and with time they increase their learning abilities about their patient state. As the basis and the essence of the Maharishi Ayurveda assessment process, the pulse diagnosis allows our student to get information about the physiological state of our patient within minutes. Based on that data, they learn how to create a preventive treatment that will contribute to the improvement of the immune system and the therapy that will initiate the self-healing mechanisms in the patient's organism, which very often removes existing ailments and imbalances. One of the most important aspects of Maharishi Ayurveda our students learn about is the element of consciousness. Ayurveda knew a few thousand years ago that many diseases, which are also present in contemporary society, are psychosomatic in nature, and that most of them may be effectively prevented and reversed by the proper application of evidence-based Ayurvedic modalities, including the transcendental meditation technique. This part of the course provides information about the latest scientific research into the positive effects of transcendental meditation. We teach our students how important it is for the doctors to have a daily transcendental meditation practice, because when the doctors do the pulse diagnosis from the level of the single unified field of pure consciousness, it enables them to be more perceptive of the imbalances which exist in the patient's physiology. In addition to this, the regular practice of transcendental meditation helps them to relieve the negative side effects of living in the modern, sometimes too noisy and hectic world full of stress. Our program is specific because it is not only educates health professionals, but it also helps them learn how to raise awareness about the benefits of Ayurveda in their communities. During the on-campus block set, we organized Ayurvedic festivals open for the general public. Such an event was organized last year in Maribor with the support of the Indian Embassy in Slovenia. Our students gave public lectures about the basic concept of Ayurveda and short Ayurvedic consultations to a great number of people they had never met before. By organizing these types of events, we also teach our students how to organize similar promotional activities and events in their own countries. This way, they not only raise the public awareness about Ayurveda, but also learn how to do effective PR for their Ayurvedic practice and how to motivate people to come to their Ayurvedic consultations. In addition to all this, we support our students who take part in the international conferences and share their knowledge and research with other medical professionals. As part of our education, the students prepare presentation for the international conference, which has been organized at the Alma Mater University for the last decade. This is the utmost importance because this way they get the opportunity to talk about Ayurveda in front of their colleagues from different medical fields. They present their experience and scientific findings within the framework of Western medicine, thus adding to the more widespread acceptance of Ayurveda within the medical community. As the principal professor of the postgraduate certificate, I can say that we are delighted with the progress of the program. The fact that our course is being attended by students from 9 different countries worldwide speaks to the fact that we are actively contributing to bringing Ayurveda into the mainstream, not as an abstract concept, but as a tangible, efficient, and cost-effective practice that can benefit all aspects of health of people around the world. We look forward to continuing working on this program and seeing it spread to other parts of the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Wonderful.
Thank you. Less than 10 minutes. We will continue with Dr. Simone Hunziger. She is Medical and Academic Director, Swiss Ayurveda Medical Academy, and President, Indo-Swiss Ayurveda Foundation. She will talk about bridging tradition with modernity for quality education in Ayurveda. Welcome.
Thank you. Respected dignitaries, dear Dr. Momaya, dear colleagues and guests, I would first like to thank the organizers for inviting me to address this August audience in this international congress and to do it through video conference, as I was unfortunately not in a position to travel to the Netherlands and be there with you today. So the title of my speech, as it was announced, is Bridging Tradition with Modernity for Quality Education in Ayurveda. Everybody told me, be it in the West or in India, that it is impossible to transmit authentic traditional Ayurveda in the West. It was argued that the scientific and the cultural gaps are too big between India and the West. Of course, Ayurveda stems from India, and India has its very own and very elaborate cultural, scientific, philosophical, and spiritual background. But should this be a hurdle for the transmission of authentic knowledge outside India? Is Ayurveda not supposed to be a knowledge system of universal value? If it is, it must be possible to transmit its fundamental authentic principles anywhere on this globe. Of course, such a transmission outside India requires regional and local adaptation. And if this is not done with utmost care and vigilance, with unhindered surrender to authentic authority, this whole process gives an illimited space for any kind of alterations and dilutions of the knowledge system. And this is actually what we have naturally experienced during the pioneer phase of the modern spread of Ayurveda over the last 4 decades. I don't pretend that it is an easy task to work for authentic transmission, but it is possible. And it should be guided. It should be it should be the guiding principle of the whole global Ayurveda community to strive for this. If at all, Ayurveda should be made accessible to future generations as a valid and sustainable medical solution, which mankind is badly in need of. And now is the call and the time to bring it to the next level, as we have obviously entered, and we just heard it, the phase of institutionalization outside India. And here again, the Shastra do provide us with guidance towards authentic knowledge, aptupadesha, by defining it and the path that leads to it in detail. Only the authentic source of knowledge, apta in Sanskrit, can ensure authentic and thus sustainable science. This is the only safe way. And if we want Ayurveda to become a legacy to humanity, to really provide future generations with solutions, they ought to be sustainable. So now, where can we find apta, the authentic source of knowledge? In the universities, in the classical textbooks, the Shastras. The latter do represent apta, but they are sealed for anyone who is not initiated by a master. And universities are not a place where classical masters teach. According to the Shastra, Ayurveda has to be transmitted in a guru-shishya relationship or a gurukulam system, where the student can learn at the feet of the master. This is, of course, a time-consuming process, and it implies a deep transformation of the student who will become the future Vaidya. The Ministry of AYUSH has been truly inspired by introducing a postgraduate training program, allowing BAMS graduates to be deeply initiated into the science by traditional masters after completing their basic studies. But how can we go about this in the West? The most appropriate context for the transmission of Ayurveda are professional schools, with the guiding principles of vocational schools. They are closest to the Gurukulam system. And this is how actually the Swiss government has regulated the two professions under which Ayurveda is taught, the Ayurveda therapist and the Ayurveda medical practitioner, with training volumes that go up to 5,000 training hours. This is definitely a good start. But now we have to put this useful frame at the service of authentic knowledge transmission. And that is another challenge. Obviously, the first generations have to be trained by Indian teachers and partly in India, as the authentic source of knowledge and practice lies there. And here we face a double challenge, the one of a cultural gap and the one of a deep difference in the thought process underlying Ayurveda science when compared to Western science. Western science is bidimensional, while Indian traditional science is at least three-dimensional, based on quantum logic. And this implies that the teachers and the students have both to walk a path towards each other, and both have to be ready to leave their comfort zone at a point in time. I would say that is the major challenge. And otherwise, the three-dimensional science will either remain opaque to Western students, or it will get reduced to a bidimensional science and thereby lose its very essence. And that is the current scenario. We just are passing from a pioneer phase to an institutionalization phase. And I think this is a very important aspect of what is happening now, a real challenge that will define the future of Ayurveda as a science for humanity. Thus, the real challenge lies in the readiness of all actors to support and participate in authentic knowledge transmission. So Ayurveda offers us authentic knowledge in the form of Shastra, of the classical texts, and India has authentic teachers, while in the West, there are deeply motivated students who are ready to get initiated into authentic Ayurveda. It is thus the responsibility of the schools to help bridge the gaps, to encourage and to allow both the teachers and the students to walk their paths towards each other. And this is what our academy here in Switzerland is dedicated to, and we can confirm that it is possible. Our training is based on the classical literature exposed by authentic masters, and our students study Sanskrit in reading and writing, and somehow are, of course, accompanied in their personal path of transforming their thought process, their outlook at life, their interaction even with life, when kind of integrating an additional dimension to the way of perceiving oneself and the surrounding world. It is a challenge, but it is worth it. It's a demanding, but also a rewarding journey. And we hope that in future, many schools may be opting for that journey for the sake of a sustainable spread of Ayurveda as a medical system and a philosophy of life. Thank you.
Great. Okay, so welcome back. And we would like to connect, finally, we are succeeding in connecting to Claudia Wagner, and she will give her presentation now.
She's Managing Director of FIT Ryzen Group, and the topic is on medical tourism in Ayurveda, current trends and future in Ayurveda tourism.
So let's start with the presentation. It's a great honor for me to speak to this great audience, and my theme is current trends and future in Ayurveda tourism, because FitReisen is a leading tour operator of health and wellness holiday and has been combining the desires of long-lasting well-being with individually tailored holiday programs for every age groups for the last 45 years. And health is our most precious as this fact is more present than ever before, because since this corona crisis, whether the request is for strengthening the immune system or mental coaching or personal yoga therapy, with Ayurveda holidays we can provide the best possibility for our guests for healthy holidays with an individual focus on everyday ballast, activate your self-healing powers and get a fresh start in order for guests to find their own personal well-being program. FitReisen has a philosophy of a holistic approach. So we have health for body, mind, and soul, and this is also the approach what Ayurveda has. Though we are working since more than 30 years on the Ayurveda market, and we provide all teams with Ayurveda. So the Ayurveda traditional Panchakarma cure, then the Ayurveda wellness cure, traditional Ayurveda cure. There are small difference for the market and for the goals of the guest. Then we have, of course, very important, the Ayurveda healthy nutrition. It's a very, in my opinion, a very, very important point of the Ayurveda cure. And then mental health, because we see during the Ayurveda, during the COVID period or pandemic, though, we have much more requests for mental health, detox, slimming, and regeneration and prevention. So we have our programs, we have different kind of catalogs, and we decided since 5 years to make a special catalog for Ayurveda and yoga, because Ayurveda and yoga is a huge business for us, because we feel that the request it's increasing every year. It was before very important, but now it's going more and more important. What does it mean, Ayurveda boom, or what are the trends for 21 and 22? First of all, Ayurveda yoga. And this time when India was closed for, I think it was nearly 1.5 years. So many guests asked us for Ayurveda in Europe. That is very interesting. So the Ayurveda request, even in this time, was always high. Then the people looking for healthy nutrition, detox, fasting, weight management, they are looking for well-being, relaxation, beauty, and poor nature experience. And then came a very new important point. It's the mental health or transformative wellness or emotional healing. This will be in the future more and more important. So I think that also the Ayurveda packages will be more in this way, that they will provide special packages and treatment for mental health and for this kind of healing. Then we have treatments for health prevention and post-COVID. Many resorts, even in Europe, they provide packages especially for post-COVID, but we also feel that the request for prevention, so it means that you go for prevention, you make a holiday in combination with doing something for the health, and we recommend the people, why not go for Ayurveda? So you can make a relaxing holiday, you can enjoy your days, and you can doing something for your health as prevention, that even if you get in contact maybe with the virus, you will not get so ill. We also have in our packages the vital components. We have the nutrition, we have the movement, and of course yoga, very important, walking, fitness. We have relaxation like meditation. It's more and more important even in Europe. People are looking for this kind of treatments, of different relaxation techniques, of pranayama. Mental health, there are a lot of possibilities. What does it mean, mental health, and which treatment we can provide for mental health? Treatments with natural remedies. So in Europe, we always use the water. We have very much thermal water resorts with hot water. And in India, the natural remedies are the herbs and the oil and what they are using from the nature for the Ayurveda. Then more and more poor nature experience get requested. People would like to be outside in the forest, in the nature, at the beach. That means wellness in and with the nature. And of course, more and more energy treatments, spiritual healing, energy medicine we are talking about, and of course the alternative medicine. When we see what the time is in motion, and it was in motion also before COVID. So at the moment we have currently that the affinity to wellness and healthcare, it's getting higher. Best ager nowadays are experts in traveling. So many guests in Germany, if they have a special age, they go traveling abroad and even far away. And a lot of people have fear of sickness. That came more and more during the COVID virus. And then, of course, the number of best agers in Western world, they are increasing. So more and more people are getting 50 plus and 60 plus. And what is the demand of these people? Natural healing, sustainability. They are looking for detox. They're looking for anti-stress. They are looking for well-being. And they are looking for a demand of variety and nature experience and self-optimization and coaching. So coaching also get more and more important, even by Ayurveda Kur. So we will see in the future that more and more Ayurveda resorts will also provide special coaching for self-optimization. We found out that the healthy living is a new status symbol. We have requests for support to improve health during vacation with enjoyment, pleasure, and happiness. And we have, of course, a request for stress management and life coaching. And for this, we are always saying that the new status symbol is not anymore a house, a boat, a pool. Now the new status symbol is healthy, to be in a healthy stage, because the diseases of today and tomorrow are the results of the individual lifestyle, and that's more and more people recognized, that we have to take care about ourselves. We have to think about ourselves and what we can do for ourselves, that we will stay in a healthy position. Also, guests are aware more and more that eating habits directly influence quality of life and well-being. And also we know that the eating also influence how we feel. That's get more and more important. And so people realized if they eat real good food, they also will feel much better, because the food is also part of the medicine. This is very interesting. In Germany, we also found that the poor nature experience it's increasing in the last 1.5 years. So many people asking us in the European for hiking and being in the nature, feeling and smelling the forest, and with hiking, walking, or spending time in the forest, sitting on a bank and spending time in the forest to hear the birds, to hear the voice or hear the music of the forest. And especially in health spa and wellness resorts with a fresh, healthy climate. When the Ayurveda resorts, for example, are at the beach, they also enjoy, of course, the sea climate and the sound of the sea. And this is also what they found, that this will improve the health and well-being feeling. Therapies for well-being, for example, is music. Music is getting more and more important, that we have a sound therapy, that we have music therapy, especially Ayurveda has this music therapy and the sound therapy. And we know now from the science that this also is a healing therapy, and more our guests also get aware and asking for this kind of therapy. But most of the Ayurveda resorts also provide this kind of therapies. And also now it's coming a wellness architecture for relaxation scenery. So I think the Ayurveda in India, they have Vastu. Vastu is a kind of architecture. And also in Europe, we have special wellness architecture. So because we found out that if you are in a special surroundings, it's also very, very important for your emotional and spiritual feeling. You will feel much more better if the surroundings is directly and profoundable, have an impact of your well-being. So more and more people are looking, where is the resort located, how is the architecture, and we see that especially wellness architecture in harmony with the nature. This is the request which we found. Private guest request for tailored health and wellness packages, so tailored or bespoken packages. Since we also found out in the last 5 years that people are more and more asking for this bespoken package. So they need a medical consultation, and they need a configuration of the individual treatment plan. And then, of course, they need individual personal and expert advice for nutrition. And this all is combined. It's very perfect in an Ayurveda package. And for this, since 30 years, we are providing Ayurveda, and in my opinion, is one of the best health packages what we can provide our guests. Ayurveda wellness prevention and healing cure. So some people are asking for Ayurveda wellness, some people are asking for Ayurveda prevention, other guests are asking for a healing cure. So we also make a little bit of difference. When people ask for wellness, they are more looking for relaxation. They don't look too much for a strong cure. If they look for prevention, it's also a little bit more medical. And if they look for a real healing cure, then the people are coming because they have special diagnosis, or maybe they have a lot of overweight. They would lose weight, or they have a diabetes problem, or they have this arthritis. So this is very, very important and very, very good that we can provide Ayurveda for everyone, for young people, for old people, for people who are looking for wellness, or people who have really strong diseases and they are looking for help. And this is the same, that maybe people stay for 1 week, or even people stay for 4 weeks. We have even people who are looking for 6 or 8 weeks and stay in an Ayurveda center, especially in the winter time, because now in Germany we have winter time, or in Europe it's cold and weather is not so nice. So are people looking for India and go to also a nice weather, because this had also a much more impact on our feeling. Special themes are also very important. So people looking sometimes for adults only holidays. Maybe by Ayurveda resorts, normally we have adult only, not so much children, but more and more wellness and Ayurveda resorts are coming for whole family. But especially if the people are older, they are looking more for adults only. Or we have very many solo travelers. So they are looking for solo holidays. That means they would like to be more in a holiday where they can be connected with other person. And with Ayurveda, it's very easy, because if you go to an Ayurveda resort, immediately you get in contact with other Ayurveda guests, and you can talk to them or can do something together with them to make an excursion or something else. Then family-friendly wellness hotels or Ayurveda hotels, it will also come more and more. And Ayurveda health camps. This is also what we realized, or maybe we can call it an Ayurveda retreat. That means maybe 10 or 15 people are going together, stay for 10 to 14 days in a special place. they are very close together and do this together their Ayurveda treatment and other excursions and other things what they would like yoga and something else. I talked that we also can do with this round trip and culture program. What are the target group? But maybe I would like to mention that the World Health Organization had recognized Ayurveda as a new science. This is very good, though more and more it gets more easier to sell Ayurveda also to people who has been concerned if it's a true medical treatment or not. This is very good for the future. This is maybe the last one, what I explained the future. So we explain that from experimental to transformative. What does it mean? Always it's body, mind, soul. And what people are looking, they are looking for personal growth, for life-changing experience. They are looking for happiness. They are looking for silent retreats, meditation, nature experience. And one, it's very important for us, is emotional healing. So this will be the demand for the next years. I think it will getting more and more. So just one sentence to Fitreisen. We are 45 years on the market. We are working with 1,500 online retailers. We are working with 12,000 travel agencies. We have catalogs, we have portals. Though we are making a lot of advertisement and marketing that Ayurveda get more and more important on the European market. And even we have access to 45 countries all over the world, because our website, we have it in 8 different languages like English, Russian, Polish, Italian, Spanish, French, Swedish, Dutch, so that we can reach every person on the world for this great Ayurveda program. Thank you very much.
Good, thank you so much. We will continue now with 2 presentations, both online, people from practice. First is Dr. Karin Pirc, Medical Director, Maharishi Ayurveda Health Center in Bad Ems in Germany, and she will talk about Panchakarma treatment and share her experience with European patients. She is honored with the Global Hakim Ajmal Khan Award as Best Ayurvedic Physician in 2006 and the International Lifetime Achievement Award in 2013, and author of 8 books on Ayurveda. I request you to take the floor, Dr. Karin Pirc.
Thank you very much. So, dear dignitaries, honorable delegation from India, dear colleagues and friends, I'm very impressed of the quality of all the speakers before me, and I hope I can give you a little lively impression how it is to work with Western patients day in, day out since so many years. I talk about Panchakarma treatment experiences with 30,000 patients in a European clinic. So this is our staff. We have 4 doctors, as you see, many staff members, and we offer medical Ayurveda, so less wellness and more medical treatments. And if you do this in the West, of course, some of the speakers have said this already, the people do not have so much idea about Ayurveda. So you have them for diagnosis, but you also need extra education and daily supervision by the physicians, for examples. We offer evening lectures so that our patients get more and more knowledge. And what I have to say is that very often you hear from the patients that they say, wow, this is so natural. It makes so much sense. Now I really can understand my body, my soul, my spirit in a way which I never did before. And you can believe me, it's fun to work with people like that. So then we have a ready-made DVD series with Ayurvedic knowledge, so people can take it to their rooms or sit in a special room and go more deeply into the Ayurvedic knowledge. We offer, of course, cooking classes because Ayurvedic diet is a little bit different from Western diets. And we have, of course, yoga classes with pranayamas. People can learn transcendental meditation, the going home recommendations. So we have Panchakarma for them. We prescribe herbal compounds and rasayanas, dinacharya, ritucharya, all these angles that when they go home, of course, in the best case, they should feel even better at home. So this is just some pictures of the yoga class, of our kitchen, patients learning to cook fresh food and to spice and do proper things. Since the time is very short, I really rush through these studies. There are some studies done showing that if you do the medical treatment with Panchakarma, with just things where you feel, oh, this is more for the bodily system, you can quickly see that the well-being is better, energy, vitality, strength and stamina, appetite, digestion, sleep, mind, emotions, and so on. But you also see the mental health symptoms, and that's really wonderful to see. You may imagine that I have patients very often sitting in my office and they're not so sure if that was the right decision. And I have my jokes with them. I just tell them, okay, it's very difficult to go home and not feel better if you are in this clinic. And it's really true. So what you see is they have less distress, less tension, anxiety, less depression, anger, hostility, tiredness and fatigue goes down. Even we have some patients now with long COVID, even there it's wonderful. Then confusion, bewilderment, vigor. And they're even done some things with the memory. Long-term, short-term memory is improving. The overall well-being is also helped. Then this is an interesting study about a lowering of the total cholesterol. So in about 10 days, the cholesterol goes down by, in average, 30 milligrams per deciliter. And then this is a study I really love because it's a very short study. It was a Panchakarma of 12 days. And the reduction of environmental toxins was about 58%. And that means half of the time what the body needs to do it with its own mechanisms would be 25 years. So what we have here, we can reach in 12 days something for which the body needs 25 years. And you will be all aware of how detrimental all these things are, causing new problems, new diseases, and just have this very deep purification with a simple treatment. That's really great. So then we have, that's the next big study, which I really love a lot. It is showing that when you do Panchakarma, you can just see at the end of the Panchakarma, even after the treatment is completed, which is this time, the amount of oxygen radicals goes down. And it goes down twice as much as if you compare people who have arteriosclerosis to healthy people. So it's really a lot. And since we know that these aggressive oxygen radicals are the reason for cancer, for aging, for all kinds of terrible diseases, so this is also a very important study showing that the underlying disease processes are reduced. I just make it short, you get younger. You can measure, you get younger. When you go home, it's not only that you see it, but you can also measure it. And then something when we compare the Indian situation with the Western situation, here until now, it is still like this, that the European patients, they visit the Western doctor when they have acute health problems, whereas they come and see the Ayurvedic physician when their situation has become chronic. So they go through all the means what modern medicine has, more or less. And as Mrs. Wagner said before me, we see a trend that more and more people are more clear that their health is something, they have to do something for it, eating properly and so on. But the situation is still like this. They try tons of things, and when they really don't find a good solution, then maybe they try Ayurveda, which is wonderful for us because we know we can help, and they're always very impressed. So that's nice. So we have many chronic diseases treated with very good results. It's just some examples. It's diabetes, hypertension, other heart diseases, overweight, fibromyalgia. I love this. I always love the treatments where people say and come and say, there's nothing you can do. And then I say, yes, 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 let's just see. And in the end, most of the times they are much, much better. So asthma is one of these things, intestinal problems, which nearly everybody has these days, and which is a root cause of many other things mentally and from the physical side. So then upon completion of Panchakarma, the patients usually stay in contact with us. And our aim is that they don't go home and they say, well, we did a wonderful Panchakarma treatment. No, we want them to learn a lot about the body, about their mental health, and then to go on with the things at home. So they can always call us, since we have many patients coming from very far. They can always call us and stay into contact with us for more dosage of herbal preparations and advice and so on. Since these studies is very important, one part of our clinic is we motivate the patients to learn transcendental meditation. Many speakers said this before, and in these days it becomes more and more needed that people balance also their overstressed Western systems. And you see here, this is a wonderful study with 2,000 people compared to 160,000 others. And you can see that the reduction, the expenditure of the diseases. So that was more because the meditating people also went to the doctor, but all the others are just much, much less. If you have intestinal nose throat, heart was 87% less than in the average population. So you can go through whatever you like. Mental disorders went down, nervous system disorders, even infectious diseases a little bit because the immune system gets better when you're very relaxed. Then this is a very interesting study, and there's no patient in my clinic who comes with high blood pressure who doesn't get 5 or 10 minutes lecturing about how great the results are if somebody learns transcendental meditation or practices transcendental meditation, because you see here if you have some different control groups, but here you have the TM and you see like this is just done for 3 months. But I know, and I see it with all my patients, the longer they do it, the more it's possible to mostly reduce the modern medicine also. So in the end, they have really cured their hypertension, which is great. Then we have here high cost expenses for high cost people. These were old people from 60 years on, and they were compared for 5 years. And this is people, of course, their expenditures for health insurance costs, they went slightly up from 60 to 65 years, which is completely normal. But here you see another group, same age, and then you can see how much the decrease in expenses was. And it was basically 50% after 5 years less. So just if we think about how much money is spent for just treating people, and how much all the healthcare systems have a big load because they can't pay for all this anymore. This is basically, for me, it's the most preventative area which we can offer, which can prevent so many diseases, so much unhappiness in life, and so on. Okay, so this was basically, I just repeated, this was basically already said much more nicely than I can do it from the speakers before me. So in spite of popularity and exceptional good treatment results, Ayurveda is generally not yet recognized and reimbursed by health insurances in Europe. More scientific studies also at European university are urgently needed to demonstrate the really outstanding results in areas where especially modern medicine has no or little effect, or is just treating the people for years and years and years and not really healing the situation. And then university education for medical students and postgraduate training for physicians with accreditation should be there. And then several private associations in Germany and other countries offer education already, but they are not recognized yet. So we heard 2 speakers before me who had wonderful results in their countries, so that should be all over the European countries. And of course, this goes together. When we have this university education, of course, automatically we will create more scientific studies. We know that you have a vast body of wonderful studies in India already, but we also need them here in the West because people take it more serious when it comes from our universities. And then the profession of Ayurveda medical specialist physician has to be established and recognized by the European Union so it can become mainstream. Okay, I just had two case studies, but I mean, you're all working with Ayurveda, you know how great it is.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Karin Pirc. Amazing. We will continue with Dr. Kiran Vyas, founder and president, Tapovan Open University of Yoga and Ayurveda in Paris, Normandy.
Namaste.
Namaste.
Distinguished guests, Honourable Minister of AYUSH, His Excellency the Ambassador of India, and Pujaniya Girish Bhai, and of course, most learned and distinguished practitioners, teachers, and Pandits of Ayurveda. I'm extremely happy to speak to you about Ayurveda in France and in Europe, as well as in India. As far as India is concerned, it is true that Ayurveda is an old, ancient practice which has proved the time test, that is to say, since 4,000, 5,000 or 7,000 years, it is valid. The rules of dietetics in Europe change every 10 years or 15 years. And sometimes jokingly I tell people that when I saw that the rules were changing, so finally I stick to Ayurveda because it is the same rule since more than a few thousand years. Now, it is true also that since last about 1,000 years, that is to say 800 years with Muslim invasion and rules of the northern India and Ayurveda being not allowed, even the big libraries and centers like Nalanda, Takshashila were destroyed. Even the fire lasted for more than 6 months. So all these things destroyed Ayurveda in a way, but even then Ayurveda survived. And then 200 and odd years with the British and French and other rulers who were there in India. In 1947, we got our independence. And since then, Ayurveda is a fully legal medicine in India. But in spite, since 47, we were allowed to practice Ayurveda, but till 2014, till the arrival of Modi ji, in fact, the budget for Ayurveda and homeopathy and Unani and yoga and Siddha medicine was limited only to 3%, whereas 97% of the budget was given to the allopathic medicine. But now it has changed, and my congratulations to the AYUSH ministers, AYUSH Ministry, and to the Government of India. Now, as far as Europe and France is concerned, I personally started teaching Ayurveda in 80s, late 70s and 80s, because I thought that yoga was there. I don't think you have received my PowerPoint presentation. There were 6 slides. I'm not very sure. Doesn't matter. I just speak only. So Ayurveda here in Europe, in France, I started in 70s, late and 80s. And in 82, I founded Tapovan as an open university of yoga and Ayurveda, telling people that yoga and Ayurveda are 2 greatest gifts of India to the humanity. And slowly people started taking interest in it. Yoga was already known. Ayurveda was started in a way in Europe with His Holiness Maharishi Mahesh Yogi. And this really gave a clear picture of what humanity can do in the line of health and well-being, and of course, how to fight all the problems of all the 5 bodies, the 5 sheets, the Pancha, on one side, Pancha Mahabhuta, and on the other side, all the 5 sheets, Annamaya Kosha, Pranamaya Kosha, till. So Ayurveda, how to practice it and how to get people interested in it. So naturally, I started off with yoga practices, then the well-being practices, and certainly the first 3 things, ahara, vihara, and manovyapara. Dietetics is the first thing. And of course, the half of the problems we can solve through spices in our kitchen, and some other half we can solve through the plants and other things we can have in our garden. Then naturally, if we just keep certain rules and regulations about dietetics, we can go towards a better health. Then I came to the vihara part, how to live a healthy life. That is to say, at what time to wake up, at what time to go to sleep, in what field should we work, how should we work, what clothes to put, how, everything. Similarly, and every time we must reserve some time for the yogic practices, for meditation, and especially for Ayurvedic treatments. Now, so Ayurvedic treatment as a part of the well-being programs with special massages and some exercises and walking and breathing, and naturally all the cleansing part of Ayurveda, ending at the end in the Panchakarma programs. This started in 82 in Paris. I found it that the place is beautiful. Paris is one of the beautiful cities, but we needed a place which have a countryside experience. So therefore, we started then in 1990, in February, in Normandy with a campus of about 25 acres of land. We planted in this last 30, 40 years, more than 7,000 trees. We went on working with the sustainable things, alternative energies, and other things which people are interested. We are just on the seashore, sea beach, so the sound, we have, as people say, that so many birds singing every morning and evening, and the atmosphere becomes enchanting. So this is to create an atmosphere. I found that is the first most important thing regarding putting some interest into people's mind. That is to say, if one has the experience of peace and calmness, then one would be believing in that. And for that, naturally, one needs to have that peace within ourselves. If we want to teach a good breathing, then that means we need to know how to breathe. And similarly, if we want to teach how to eat, what to eat, and how much, there also we need to give example. We need to give real practice, and that can be done. So similarly, we do all these things. We have courses in Ahara Vijnana, that is a dietetics and Ayurvedic cuisine. Then we have programs of the massages. We have, first of all, for all people must learn yoga. And first of all people learn the fundamentals of Ayurveda and Svastavritta. Then we have naturally the beauty, Saundarya, what we call it in Sanskrit, that also people are interested. And in fact, in France, which is famous for its beauty contests and all the good marks of cosmetics, they were much interested. In fact, one day I was invited for a very huge conference on Ayurveda, on the beauticians program. And there I saw so many beauty products. And the first sentence which came out from my mouth was that these beautiful products are good. Certainly, if you put a little bit of cream on your face and you become young, youthness comes. But unfortunately, for me, if you are constipated, you will have a constipated beauty. So in order to get more beautiful, first of all, you need to have the cleansing within before you go for the cleaning outside. So similarly, people do take interest in many aspects of Ayurveda, and I hope more and more we all get together to go towards the future, which is a luminous future for an integrative medicine where Ayurveda has an important part. I myself teach at present in some of the postgraduate courses of the University of Medical Colleges here in France. They are taking interest slowly and steadily, but it is improving. Secondly, we hold seminars and symposiums and colloquiums every year about yoga and Ayurveda, but we also have what we call it, l'enfance et découverte. That's a program for children and grandparents. Then Ayurveda and maternity, all which is needed for the maternity, all what is needed from the preconception part to the pregnancy and post-pregnancy and the childhood, the Kumar. Similarly, we have what we call it, that without art, that is to say like art or music and things are there, which we must have, otherwise as a human being, we are no useful people than just the animals in the fields. So let us work out together, and with all my respect to Pujaniya Girish Bhai and His Holiness Maharishi Mahesh Yogi for founding this, and to all the dignitaries of AYUSH and all of you who have been actively working, very impressive suggestions and talks, and I was much impressed, and thank you to one and all. Namaskar.
Dr. Vyash. Namaskar. We will continue with the research.
Yes, so now next topic is on research, and we have Professor Dr. Madan Thangavelu. His PhD in molecular genetics from Cambridge University in United Kingdom. He's Secretary General and Research Director at European Ayurveda Association. Dr. Madan is a genome biologist at Cambridge University. He's on the International Advisory Board member of AYU, the International Quarterly Journal of Research in Ayurveda, Jamnagar, India. And his topic today is Basic and Fundamental Research for Ayurveda, Modern Medicine Integration. India's traditional systems and sciences of health and well-being informing future global healthcare systems, medical education and research, and shaping a One Earth, One Health world order. Thank you. Let's listen to Dr. Madan Thangavelu.
Girish, namaskar.
Namaskar.
I hope I'm audible. My respects to all the presenters today and to all the dignitaries from India and everybody who's gathered here today. It's been a very moving, touching session. We've had so many amazing presentations, and as Dr. Karin Pirc said, it really leaves us with a very good impression of what is happening in Europe in terms of Ayurveda and the AYUSH systems. In particular, the needs. I think Dr. Pirc's, Karin Pirc's last slide was very important about the need to connect with educational institutions and streamline this, to take it onward to the world of research. And as Dr. Karin Pirc said, there are engagements going on at different levels at universities. People are teaching informally or there are happenings. But what is needed to bring it all together, and what is needed to bring it all into slightly more prominence, where the European Union, for instance, would start to take notice of this. COVID, although unfortunate, has brought us to a point where there are many aspects that are beyond the reach of excellent contemporary healthcare, and Karin Pirc mentioned about post-COVID and the challenges it offers. So all of this, together with our colleagues from the Ministry of AYUSH here today, who have briefed us very in great detail about the extensive programs that are going on. So using that as a background, I felt it would be useful for us during this short presentation, and also as we move into the session, to think about ways ahead for the future. So with that little bit of introduction, let me see if I can share my screen. I wish to start off by thanking several people who are my very close collaborators and partners. This is a very busy slide. My apologies for this, but without the help from all these people, I wouldn't be able to make the precipice with the confidence I have today. And I start off here as logos here for an organization called the AYUSH Valley Foundation, who are based in Kerala, the European Ayurveda Association, who are a long-standing stakeholder for Ayurveda here in Europe, the Transdisciplinary University in Bangalore, the All-Party Parliamentary Group for Indian Traditional Sciences here in UK, and the Medical University in Graz in Austria, Frederiana University in Florence, a small platform in Prague, and AYUSH Darpan Foundation, which is based in Uttarakhand, and several other organizations who are all behind us working towards the future of Ayurveda globally and in Europe and elsewhere. I have taken a very sharp title here about research, and basically research as a way to enable this integration between Ayurveda and other Indian traditional systems of medicine with modern medicine. And I feel this is more and more important, because only through that level of intensity are we going to get some people who are very reluctant to understand and appreciate what we have in Ayurveda and in the Indian systems. I want to take you through what's in my mind. There are a collection of images. You can look at it and you will see the kind of string that ties these together and what I want to convey. Before I go into that, I want to thank one or two other collaborators. Here is Professor Valdis Pirc in Latvia. So for our friends from India, they would know, but if they don't, then this is a very important initiative that's going on in Riga in Latvia, where there is an Institute for Indic Studies. Professor Valdis Pirc is an endocrinologist and very deeply involved with research. So this is one example of here in Europe where this activity is happening. The other collaborator and partner in my activities I want to highlight is Professor Kishore Patwardhan, who has been instrumental in running the Ayurveda network at the Faculty of Ayurveda at Benares Hindu University. And the emphasis here is on the Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya National Mission on Teachers and Training. So even in India, there is a feeling that there is a need to upgrade teaching. Our colleagues from India have taken us through what has happened. A lot of lives were lost, but this is what happened in India when the first wave came. The estimated 23 million people, which may be closer to 50 million people who've had to leave homes to go back to their villages, etc. This is the scale at which things can happen and things can go wrong with a very tiny virus, a small virus that appears, and before you know, you lose your resilience, you have major upheaval, and this continues here in Europe. Germany, for instance, is going through what they're calling it the fourth wave. Austria is taking very, very drastic measures. What is it that AYUSH systems can offer? Have we matured our narrative to engage with these matters? Now, this is externally outside India, and internally within India, I've taken the state of Madhya Pradesh. As you know, Maharishi Mahesh Yogi's birthplace here. As far as we are concerned, in India, the perspective is slightly different. Our numbers are huge, a population of almost 73 to 75 million people just in one state. And this is not even the largest of the states. Uttar Pradesh has about 200 plus million people. And most of us don't understand the scale of this challenge. The state of Madhya Pradesh has 54,000, 55,000 villages. And unless we start to appreciate this intimate connection between ourselves, our health, and the environment, as touched on by many of the presenters, including Dr. Vyas, unless we appreciate that, we will always stay out of synchrony with this environment, with who we are and what we are. This is highlighted in one of the meetings in 2009 in Milan, in Italy, the link between Ayurveda and modern health sciences. And Brian Josephson, one of our physics Nobel laureates here, he talked about the need to consider the benefits to be had from Western philosophy and Eastern philosophy, Western science and Eastern philosophy. And the point here is reality is too complex to be reduced to a formula. There is a thinking that everything can be reduced to a simple formula, but sometimes this might not be the case. We're lucky to report that India is taking very bold steps towards this. And this is on the left-hand side of this image is what is the initiative taken by the Department of Animal Husbandry and Dairying, where they are telling the world about the need for One Health. This is a term that's now being used quite a lot here in the European Union, in the European Commission too. But India is ahead of this. It is really telling loud and clear that we are aware of this intimate connection between environmental health and human animal health. And it reflects very nicely with the 17 points within the Sustainable Development Goals. The message that's conveyed is unless you start to think continuity, sustainability, and borderless, you will never achieve what we want to achieve. Nations towards India, Singapore is already taking big steps towards this. This was a few key points from one of the recent issues in Lancet, Singapore's healthcare system, and how they are preparing for the future. They have this set of phrases here, beyond healthcare to health. And note the play between the two phrases here, healthcare and health. Beyond hospital to the community, and beyond quality to value. And these are messages that are universal. This is good for everybody. All of this is happening in the backdrop of many other changes. Europe is much more sensitive to this. The other parts of the world will be affected by it. And this is the fourth globalization and the fifth industrial revolution. People are just starting to talk about it. And COVID is accelerating our move towards the fifth industrial revolution. What we are doing here is an expression of what is going to happen in the future a little more and more frequently, which is information will shape dynamics in a big way. And that information is of a different nature. That information is information that is freely available to anybody, which means that many of our ancient or the older forms of industry might just collapse. So are we prepared for this? And the other happening, which is the challenge that Dr. Pirc mentioned, is about education. And this is a comment that was made almost 100 years ago or more by John Hewlins Jackson, neurologist, and the founder of the journal called Brain. And the point raised by John Hewlins Jackson is true even today. There is a lot of inertia to change. And John, at that time, he noted that it takes 50 years to get a bad idea out of medicine and 100 years to get a good insight. I don't think we have evolved in that space. How quickly we can make that happen, that will be a collective effort from all of us. Sidney Brenner here in Cambridge, who gave us the genetic code, he would remind us that the quest for knowledge will continue as long as we are human beings. And he would always say, you know, I've solved the genetic code. I taught you how the link between DNA and protein. But the time has come where I think I have to teach biologists another language. And he said, I don't know what this new language is. Sidney passed away in 2019. And I don't think Sidney knew anything about Ayurveda, but his sentiments resonate so closely with what is there in Ayurveda, which is that there is a language there in Ayurveda. And that language might be the language that we are all wanting to apply to change not only thinking in biology, but also perhaps medical education. Dr. Simona Hunziker gave us insight into that area. I want to spend a few seconds on this important comment made by Dennis Noble. We are a complex system. The human body is complex. I don't think we will understand the complexity, the nature of this complexity, some time to come. Instead, we have to have another way to look at this complexity and to handle this complexity. And the 10 points listed here on the left, I have picked it up from the Wikipedia page for Dennis Nobel's, and it talks about many things that came through in Raja's talk today and Walter Molt's talk today, that we have to look at ourselves as a part of a bigger continuum. And Dennis was professor of cardiovascular physiology at the University in Oxford, and he put these 10 points together, and they're all very important. He says that biological function is multi-level, we know that. Transmission of information is not one way. That means we can have input coming from many, many places. Our external, beyond the visible, beyond the senses, can also be information that's coming into our body, etc., etc. And he goes on to say there are many more to be discovered, and a genuine theory of biology does not yet exist. And this is that black box that we are trying to resolve with. And we hear the key phrases of P5 medicine. These people, we hear people talk about personalized, predictive, preventive, participatory, precision medicine. Now, when we look at the Ayurveda text, this is exactly what you find. The messages that are there, how it is practiced, how it is understood, is along the lines of P5 medicine. But it seems unfortunate that that dialogue that should happen, for people who are talking about P5 medicine, not knowing what Ayurveda has to offer, and how do we break those silos? And this was an event that was held in Trivandrum in Kerala in 1996. The question remains, and how do we solve these problems? Science has moved on, and here is the work that's going on at the University in Chicago by Sebastian Pott. And he talks about how we can resolve biology to the level of single cells. We can get down to understand how the heart works, but we are still far away from turning it into applications. What seems ironic is that there are Nobel Prizes awarded for things that are well within the purview of Ayurveda. Shown on the left here, Richard Axel and Linda Buck were awarded the Nobel Prize for understanding odorant receptors, the olfactory system. This is well understood in Ayurveda. We talk about the 5 senses. On the right-hand side is this year's Nobel Prize for Physiology and Medicine to David Julius and Adam. And it talks about the discovery of receptors for temperature and touch. Now, all of these are treatment modalities in Ayurveda and Ayush systems. But somehow we are not in a position to make this dialogue. That research and the communication of information that should happen is not happening. Now, it is within this space that we talk about these high consequence infectious diseases. Shown here on the left is the list of contact and airborne high consequence infectious diseases listed in the government website, the NHS National Health Service England website on the left. On the bottom right hand is SARS. And there are several other viruses. They're all waiting there to come and can give us a lot of headache if they turn up. And we are also able to look in very close detail at the genome of these viruses. And I want to highlight a point here, shown up here on this little box. When we do a comparison, these are amino acid sequences here shown in their single letter codes. When you do a comparison between different viruses, occasionally, as in this coronavirus, the new one, the COVID-19 coronavirus, you will see unusual structures like this. And that this makes us suspect that these are tampered with viruses. Now, it's a very sensitive area in terms of our understanding. We have understood these viruses, and it seems like we have also understood how to tamper with these viruses and turn them into things that shouldn't be. Now, these are ethical questions, and as Raja mentioned, if we don't have the kind of consciousness that is there to take us into a higher level of consciousness, then we lose the game completely. When we look at the world, the global playing field, it's just like a football game. These are the global sales for the top 10 best-selling drugs. And it's like a little game that's played by these companies. They have huge sales running into billions and billions of dollars. And it puts unusual pressure on researchers, and it can take you away from the deep science of deep health. And shown here are two people, Ralph Barrick and David Martinez. They were people who were responsible for the thinking about this new vaccine. And the pressure that is brought on these people by the universities to get research grants, to do research, somehow takes them away from the deeper principles of what life is all about. And these are dilemmas. And are we engaging with people like this? Are we engaging with real issues? There is a term that is used more and more frequently, and it is called deep fake. And shown here is the link at the bottom, is the link to the institute in Netherlands, and shown on the right-hand side is Martinet, the researcher who compiled a very big document, a report. This report was prepared for the panel for the Future of Science and Technology, SOTA abbreviated, and managed by the Scientific Foresight Unit of the Director General for Parliamentary Research Services of the European Parliament. I urge all of you to look at this issue, and you can see how boldly they have put the title there, Tackling Deep Fakes in European Policy. These are the issues that surround many matters that has escalated, leading to where we are today. At the heart of where we are old principles. Shown on the left-hand side, the principles given to us by Nagarjuna on the left-hand side, and shown in brown are the Panchadasha Prakara of Nagarjuna. Now, for those who can read the Sanskrit, if you read through, you will see that Nagarjuna, whenever he gave that, he was pointing us to nothing but deep physiology. Every one of those steps, as Vyasji just mentioned about improper bowel movement, etc., these are known for thousands of years, and they have been documented. And there is nothing new here in terms of physiology to what we are doing today. But somehow, this doesn't seem to get to the attention of policymakers. It doesn't get to the attention of the researchers and the education curricula developers. There is good news there, though. This is the mobile app, M-Yoga app that's come out from the World Health Organization. And the word should spread more about these things. Yoga and aging, there are research groups at different universities. These are two researchers from the States. This representation on the left-hand side about the human body like an inverted tree, the brain having the root structures, this was discussed today also on how we have to look at many aspects of how yoga might even be the best way to engage with many aspects of neurodegeneration, etc. But that dialogue, again, that dialogue should happen. From San Diego, Professor Sachin Panda at the Salk Institute, he talks about the circadian code, and he talks about how the circadian code, if disrespected, can lead to complications. And his new book has come out now, the Circadian Diabetes Code, and he talks about how incorrect eating and sleeping can cause problems. And for a lot of people, you can reverse this by getting them to go back to a more structured life. Now, this is all part of Ayurveda. The biological clock, as understood by modern physiologists, might have a deep overlay with deeper principles within, as understood in the Vedic sciences. And we had a very good representation of that from Walter Mölk on how the human body as understood and how it can be visualized slightly differently. And within that, understand many aspects of the human body. Once again, a Nobel Prize has been awarded to understanding body clocks. And it's also understood differently in different systems of medicine, shown on the right-hand side, how the body clock is understood in the Chinese systems of medicine, and how by following the clock, you can benefit. A lot of conditions are due to abuse of, or a lack of understanding and abuse of that body clock, especially shift workers, where you see a lot of health complications. What is being done to understand deep health? This is just one example of the collaboration and discussion that's going on between Europe and India. And it is a discussion that's going on between the Medical University of Graz. Dr. Rainer Picha is instrumental for setting up many of these things, who's here with us, the European Ayurveda Association, and INSERM, the French group. And we were all together in 2019, in January, in New Delhi at the All India Institute of Medical Science, the Department of Physiology, discussing next generation physiology for healthy lifestyle and physiology for good health and prevention of non-communicable diseases. Now, the best lessons we have for all of this, and the reason why we got together, is because the AYUSH systems offers us these insights. The AYUSH systems, not far from All India Institute, is the All India Institute of Ayurveda. And I'm hoping that there'll be more interaction, more dialogues between Europe, between institutes in India. The other point I want to highlight here is the Department of Physiology at the All India Institute of Medical Science was the first research institute in the world that did electroencephalography studies on yogis. Do we have partners in other parts here in Europe who might be enthused to listen to us and join us? And this is Professor Gregory Nino from the University of Montpellier, the oldest medical school in Europe. And Gregory is the author of a new book, and it's titled Non-Pharmacological Interventions, an Essential Answer to Current Demographic Health and Environment Challenges. We are touching on all those points, but what is nice is in Europe, at the oldest medical university, is a mind who's excited about it, who's written about it, and I feel they are the people who will help us improve our presence here in Europe. And I hope our mission, the Indian Embassy in France, and Vyasji will help strengthen these kind of dialogues that are going on. The tension will remain, and the tension about complementary and integrative medicine and global health dialogues will remain. And I have presented this in this very, very simple schematic here. Shown here, maybe shown here up on the top, it could be the Western science, a tick mark saying agreement and understanding, and a cross indicating lack of understanding. When that is juxtaposed with the Indian sciences, so the Eastern sciences, you will see certain areas where there is no disagreement, shown with a double tick here. And there will be some areas where one side agrees and the other side doesn't, and vice versa. This is an important space, and this is where this dialogue is going on right now. And I guess this is where some of the basic research happens, where there is some disagreement, a bit improved understanding on one side, for instance, the gut microbiome understood in Western science, or the concept of Jataragni as understood in Ayurveda and Siddha medicine. Now, there is a lot of scope for basic science here. I'll show you a few examples as I progress. The fundamental sciences sit in this space where both the sides are at a loss to understanding or don't have an appreciation. I'll give one or two examples of that too as I go in. Long COVID is one area. There was discussions in this talk today, a single virus affecting different people, different tissues in different ways, and the complications that remain, how Ayurveda can help there. There's a lot going on. There's already an interaction between All India Institute Ayurveda and the London School for Health and Tropical Medicine here on post-COVID. Clinical case reporting. I think Dr. Pirc showed us something. We need more of this. We need to make it compatible with the work that Western medicine and practitioners will understand. This is an ongoing study at the University of Edinburgh on how Nasya can help. And they are claiming it can even treat COVID. And this is something that is very, very important. From the Medical University in Graz, these three lovely ladies who are looking at the microbiome and in the upper respiratory tract. And what they are telling us is that the microbiome in the nose, within the nasopharyngeal tract, is a culprit. If you don't maintain good health in the nasopharyngeal tract, it makes you susceptible to respiratory viruses. That thinking is confirmed by the University of Perugia from the Department of Otolaryngology and Medicine and Surgery about the connection between the nose and its ability to protect us against COVID-19. Very, very detailed study that takes us into the fine biochemistry of what happens there. And I want to touch on this one little point here. You see there's this amino acid tryptophan. From tryptophan, you synthesize melatonin, you synthesize serotonin. And if it seems there is a dialogue between the microbe and all of these pathways here, and destabilize that, and you're open to COVID problems. In India, we use anuthylam. We are recommending this as a standard procedure for treatment. Does it affect the microbiome? Research awaits. Just like the gut has microbiota, we are now seeing the nasal microbiome. We need to understand this. Is it alien to Europe? Not at all. This is an image taken of a product that is made by Europa Cluster in St. Gilgen in Austria. It is about bitter herbs that are used, and bitter herbs are a very important aspect of our Indian systems of medicine. We see bitter herbs in many, many formulations here in Europe. That is one area where we can have a very vibrant dialogue. This is another very important bitter herb, Mahapictogrythum, and highly complex 31 herbs here, how it's to be standardized, etc., etc. It needs to be understood. This is one of the areas where we can do a lot of basic research. Shown here, for many of you may not know this, Professor Radha Maheshwari, Professor of Pathology at the Uniformed Services University. For people who don't know, this is where the President of America went recently to do his colonoscopy, and where President Trump went for his treatment. Professor Maheshwari worked on Brahmarasayana, and he could show the effect on cancer. There is an ongoing dialogue between CRAS and the National Cancer Institute. Points like this will come up in these discussions. In terms of fundamental research, this is a very, very key area that is being worked on, the Sanskrit effect. Shown on the right-hand side, MRI scans of individuals who are reciting, like the Pandits today, who are reciting mantras, and the effect on the anatomy. As an example, this is the program that gave rise to that study between India and Italy, the Trento program for advanced research. Just one example of where there is an existing research program. There are researchers in India shown here in a publication that came out in May this year on how long-term verbal memory training, like we do with the Pandits here, and uttering mantras, how it affects the brain architecture. It is a fundamental area of research. Their MRI scans show what is happening. The area of the effect of seasons, Ritucharya, as we say in Ayurveda, is an area that still has so much to be discovered. The implications here are deep, that almost to a point that if you do your vaccinations at the wrong time of the year, you might not generate an immune response. Now, this is a very serious issue. and the basic biology for this is quite well understood. Now, I want to push this to the very, very far end of that subtle aspects of biology. And this is to do with subtle energies and subtle shrotas that is understood so well in yoga. Understanding the subtle energies that flow. The science behind this, the science of meridians, and it all connects very nicely. So let me stop there. Thank you for the opportunity to present this and to guide you people into some of the directions where I feel we'll be able to engage better with researchers, clinicians, and those interested in this area. Thank you, Girishji.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We would have loved to continue, but the time constraints. It's a great vision you gave of a future of Ayurveda, future of world, and how Ayurveda can position itself in the research, in education, and other fields to contribute to the world in a sustainable and healthy way. So that is very good. Just shortly, I mean, we are short of time, but we would love to hear from you. It's a great honor to have you on our stage, Dr. Bauer. He's the founding president of the German Ayurveda Association and very prominent physician and scholar of Ayurveda in Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Girish. I'm very happy to join you. I'm very sorry that I'm interrupting here, but I just want to very shortly tell you about the story of the German Association of Ayurveda. Maharishi introduced Ayurveda to the West starting in 1980, and I had the great privilege to be involved in this great undertaking. And in 1983, we established the first Ayurveda Doctors Association outside of India in Germany. And there were about 100 founding doctors at that time in Germany. And we founded this organization. It actually inspired many other doctors associations in the US, in Europe, in South America to do the same thing. And through this, we were successful in establishing Ayurveda, especially in Germany and in Europe, but also in the United States. In Germany, Ayurveda has become extremely popular. The doctors here have, in the meantime, treated thousands and thousands, 10,000s of patients very successfully with the holistic and personalized Ayurvedic strategies. And it has also made a huge impact in the healthcare system of Germany. The German Ayurveda Doctors Association, DGA, it's called German Society of Ayurveda, directly translated, also established an academy. And this academy has trained hundreds of doctors and health professionals in Ayurveda. Also, what the German Society of Ayurveda has done is to foster studies on Ayurveda, and we have heard many of the results already from Karin Pirc. We have established several Ayurveda clinics in Germany, and this has also made a great impact, for example, on many people also to visit Ayurveda clinics in India and in Sri Lanka. And in the meantime, I think more than 200,000 people are visiting India and Sri Lanka from Germany just to get Panchakarma treatment. What also was very important that we tried through many initiatives to get Ayurveda more officially established in the healthcare system of Germany. And there we hope very much that the Ministry of AYUSH in India could actually support this effort from the German Society of Ayurveda, and in the meantime, many more Ayurvedic associations to establish Ayurveda in the healthcare system more profoundly. This is, I think, a very good report which we can give and a very good success about which we can report. And I hope that we will be able to perform much better even in the future and create a disease-free society as soon as possible, as Maharishi was always having the ideal what Ayurveda actually should accomplish. Thank you very much for your attention.
Now we will invite Mr. Shantanu Banerjee. He is director at Maharishi Ayurveda Europe BV. In the field of products, he has over 2 decades of experience building Maharishi Ayurveda as a leading brand name in Europe, and it's known for its highest quality standards and authentic product range. Yes, please, Shantanu.
I'll try to keep it as short as possible. Good afternoon. Yeah, I think it's really heartening to note the huge amount of science which goes in behind this subject. It keeps people like us going. We are basically in the market. It boils down to, at the end of the whole thing, we need to sell it. And here the irony is, we are talking medicine, we are talking huge science, deep knowledge, but we are selling food supplements. Yeah, we are selling food. After 35 years of being in this market as the pioneers, it's extremely, almost impossible for a salesman to go in the market and use the word digestion. If you put a ginger in a capsule, it becomes a food supplement. If you sell it in a store, it becomes a spice. And a food supplement, you cannot make a health claim, no pharmacological impact, no effect. Having said that, we are looking at the glass half full. And if I can just quickly run through a few slides, if it's possible. So I think it speaks a little bit about our company. We have been in this market for almost 35 years. Maharishi Ayurveda Europe has been selling this brand in Europe for very long, in almost all the countries. We consider ourselves to be the pioneers. Next slide. What concerns the market the most is the quality. That's the biggest concern, immaterial of the claims, issues, etc., etc. Even if we are selling food, the European consumer wants a certain amount of quality, which is given, And what we, from the beginning, aspired for in achieving those basic quality standard, which is expected from the consumer here in Europe. We'll come to the difficult things later, of course. So these are some of the standards. In fact, some years back, AYUSH Premium came into being, and we were one of the first few companies to get that standard done in our factory in India. This is a kind of a timeline where in '86 we started. If you see, we tried to keep abreast with all the quality standards, international lab standards, you name it, basically what is expected in the food supplement market, not in the medicine market. That's, again, I would like to emphasize again and again. Including certain standards in the cosmetic industry, like in the year 2000, BDIH came in, which was the first certification in Germany for organic cosmetics or skincare products. We were one of the founding brands to be partnering them. Today, they are known as Cosmos. Today, basically, in Europe, we are talking of about 500 pesticides which are being discussed in every product. In our assortment, we have close to 300, 400 products. We are servicing doctors, practitioners, scientists who are using them in their practices. We are not talking that language with the consumer, but with the doctors, because that's what the law still to a certain extent allows us. And the concerns of pesticide is huge from India. Today we are testing for 500 pesticides. So you can imagine the huge task we have. And we must be probably doing something right to be able to spread the brand in European countries for the last 30, 35 years. This talks a little bit about the quality standards which our factory has achieved over the years, which was in the earlier slide. I think we need to, before the market accepts us as a medicine, one good day, we at least need to keep on responding to the going trends and stay there, And thanks to all the academicians, scientists behind the scenes who are working, what we have seen, it's so heartening to note. But we as a brand need to respond to the market trends, and that's what we are trying to do for all these years. We've serviced millions of consumers with whatever is happening in the marketing area of the business, whether it's digitalization, internet, etc. Brand is available in more than 50 countries worldwide. In Europe, we are selling in almost all the Western European markets, some of the biggest markets. You spoke about Switzerland. Switzerland, incidentally, is one of our biggest markets, not in terms of demographics. Germany is, of course, big. We are selling to health food stores, to pharmacies, to drug stores, clinics, and of course, through our B2C channel, which is basically backed by practitioners and doctors to a large extent. Some impression about our trends that we are trying to manage with the explosion of internet, etc. We are today one of the most visited Ayurveda websites in a country like Germany, Switzerland, etc. We have adapted over the years our branding, the packaging, apart from the quality, etc., to suit the consumer needs of the Western market. This is some few impressions. We have recently updated our brand, again fine-tuning it to the consumer requirements across the board. We are basically a food supplement company. About 80% of our category takes care of the food supplements, which basically we look at as medicines within the Ayurveda community. But we don't use it in the market officially. So these are some of the impressions of the shelves, etc. Now, I think only 2 slides I would like to just quickly go through. Seeing the glass half full, there are huge opportunities. In 2025, the European food supplement market expected to reach over 60 billion. A 7% annual growth rate since 2015 is what is being seen in this segment, which is the food supplement market, even if we stay within that category. European lifestyle contribute to a growing need for natural ingredients, as we already see that. Many of our speakers have talked about it. Aging European population is a big target opportunity for Ayurveda. Ayurveda is being discussed more and more thanks to alternative medicine, yoga, etc. Unfortunately, it is discussed more, transacted less. So we hope it is also transacted more. Growing markets for alternative medicines and food supplements. It's no longer, although it's a niche, but people are opening up to it. In terms of value, it still remains a niche. So you walk 200 meters from this hotel, you'll find a shopkeeper even not probably able to pronounce Ayurveda correctly, even though he's standing behind a drugstore. So that's the awareness or the consciousness area we have to target. There is a growing worldwide interest in Ayurveda and traditional Chinese medicine because they are kind of seen in the same light. All the traditional Chinese medicine has moved quite quickly. There are various maze of regulations that we are facing. For example, the Novel Food Act, which basically you have to prove that a certain ingredient is not unknown and you have used it as a food product. So there is a lot of documentation required, although the European Union is talking of harmonization of the laws, but we are faced with national regulations as well. One thing which has impacted us probably a little bit more positively is the internet boom, because that's where you cannot control claims. So we see the impact of herbs like ashwagandha, brahmi, kurkuma, etc., whereas in Europe we cannot say anything about those products from a medicinal point of view, but you cannot stop a consumer from going on internet and get the information. Now that's a gray area, but we do see that impacts business, because at the end of it, we all need to sell science as well, I guess. Complex EU regulations remains the most serious challenge, even though Europe is supposed to be harmonized, but we do face everyday challenges over there, like novel food. We have to even prove that a certain ingredient doesn't have a pharmacological effect within the formulation of Ayurveda. So probably at times we are even forced to reduce the dosage, and the Vaidya comes across and says it won't work. Yeah. So these are the kind of challenges. The industry is also struggling with that data, because the data is there somewhere, but suddenly the inspector comes and say, well, let's see, how do you say it doesn't have a pharmacological effect? So that's where the trade needs a lot of help from AYUSH. Probably that would be something to look at. Market entry cost for this industry is huge because of all these regulatory barriers. There is a certain discussion that the European Union is even talking of looking at the practitioner market, where they want to restrict claims even at that level. That would be pretty disastrous, but I hope that doesn't happen. But there's some cases like that coming up. So I think these are the small issues that we brought up. Maybe on a finer note, we want to come to mainstream. So we recently had a campaign for a few of our products. Maybe a short 1-minute clip will wake us up maybe. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I feel beautiful from within too. And I love to connect with the strength of nature. I discovered the power of natural iron through the timeless wisdom of Ayurveda. With ingredients like amlaki, long pepper, licorice, cardamom, and kauri blended with Ayurvedic elemental iron, exactly like the way Ayurvedic texts prescribe, to get the best of iron that can easily be absorbed by my body. Because a happy and fulfilling life is based on choices you make. To be the best version of yourself with Maharishi Ayurveda.
Your years of experience in Maharishi Ayurveda products distribution and marketing just distilled through your talk today. I would like to invite Raja Peter Warburton. He's director of Maharishi Ayurveda in UK, and also is administering whole country of United Kingdom in Maharishi's activities. So Raja Peter, shortly, please.
Thank you, Girish. Great joy to join you. I'll just mention a few points from the UK in the context of expanding the application and availability of Ayurveda. Of course, in the UK, there are already hundreds, if not thousands, of Vaidyas in the substantial Indian community. But in recent decades, there's been a kind of explosion of interest in Ayurveda amongst the general population. Research shows this has been catalyzed by the promotions of Maharishi Ayurveda and Transcendental Meditation, the consciousness component of the program. The UK's National Health Service currently uses predominantly an allopathic approach, but there is intrinsically no reason why they should not integrate the use of Ayurveda, particularly for preventative purposes. In fact, in recent years, the consciousness-based approach of Transcendental Meditation has already been funded by the NHS to help prison inmates, to help NHS patients who are in particular need, and most recently to help NHS staff who are suffering from extreme stress due to the pandemic. All of these programs have yielded excellent results, and some scientific studies will be published shortly. Perhaps most importantly, members of Parliament and peers in the British government have formed a special group called the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Indian Traditional Sciences. The objective of this group is to support the introduction of Ayurveda, yoga and meditation, Jyotish and Vastu architecture in the health services in the UK. The secretary of this group, Amarjit S. Pamra, is not able to join us today, but sends deep appreciation and support for this conference and looks forward to participating in the future. His Royal Highness Prince Charles has offered his congratulations in person to Amarjit and the group, creating a parliamentary platform for Ayurveda and allied sciences. Since the launch of this all-parliamentary group in 2014, there have been many high-profile events, including excellent presentations by leaders of the National Health Service, and also Dr. Tony Nader, representing Maharishi Ayurveda. Through Amarjit's inspiration, in 2018, His Royal Highness Prince Charles and the Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, came together in London to unveil a plaque for the founding of an Ayurveda Centre for Excellence in the UK. And one of the primary objectives of that centre will be to promote Ayurveda in the health service and widely in the country, including Maharishi Ayurveda. As a direct follow-up, this year the first Ayurveda research project outside India has started. This project is funded by the Government of India in collaboration with a leading British research institution, the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. The study is designed to monitor efficacy of ashwagandha treatment in over 2,000 people with long COVID living in the UK. Finally, the healthcare market in the UK stands as a primary beneficiary of the new 2021 trade agreement between the UK and India. This is really a great opportunity to make Ayurveda more widely known and available in the UK. And the effect of the all-party parliamentary group is to inspire parliamentarians in other European countries to do the same thing and liaise between government organizations, the European Parliament, the World Health Organization, and so on. So the future is bright for Ayurveda and Maharishi Ayurveda in the UK, and I think from everything we've heard today, in Europe and the whole world. Thank you.
Very inspiring, Raja Peter. Thank you. Next, I will try to get Professor Dr. Hari Sharma. He is from Erasmus University Medical Center in Netherlands. And I would request just a couple of minutes, 1 or 2 points on research.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Momaya ji, and I would like to apologize that I couldn't join you all today, though I had my plans to come. I'm right now in my office still to give you some glimpse of what we are thinking together with the Maharishi Ayurveda Institution, MERU, and Professor Momaya. We are in some discussions for some time, and I'd like to quickly show you 2-3 slides where we could contribute using the modern tools and technology of the cutting edge science. We think that there are just one example I have taken, that maybe in post long COVID cases we could study, do a clinical trial using the transcendental meditation as well as other yogic interventions, and then to do the whole genome sequencing and pinpoint the possibilities. So this is the whole idea, from bedside to bench and back. Basically, this will allow us to go more deeper and deeper, what we heard from Thangavelu, that there are so many avenues where modern science can verify, link, and then provide really the genotypic information which is linking to the phenotype. For example, in translational science, where the research is directly linked and based on particular disease process and in the patient. So it's a research done directly on the patients, means in this case, we would be able to get the results directly using the human genome sequencing. There are multiple possibilities like phenotypic screening. We might be able to go more deeper for the cancer discovery, and then many models are possible. The technology where we would be able to go more in understanding from genotype to phenotype using these all various bioinformatic tools, proteomics, genomics, and obviously the pathology. And they were using maybe a large number of patients or individuals to do the clinical trial to really establish a particular drug, even which Mr. Banerjee just mentioned that these are food supplements, but they are basically, some of them are really drug. So what we are talking about, you might have seen this from Dr. Sharma and other colleagues from US. He is trying to link this genotype with the phenotype and explaining based on Vata, Pitta, and Kapha. So it's in the epigenetics way. He calls karma, but obviously this is, we are looking at the DNA, the whole genome structure here. And the phenotype obviously affected by the lifestyle, means that these things the diet, stress, and other comorbidity factors. So the other studies which have come out recently is also very important for Ayurveda. And then in this case, this study was performed where they have looked at the expression using the transcriptome and also assessing the telomerase content. And what are the telomerases? These are the ribonucleic proteins, so these are enzymes which are necessary for linking these telomeres. And if the telomeres on the both end of the 46 chromosomes, so that we have 92 telomeres, and then the shortening of these telomeres is resulting into the aging process and even the haphazard situation which can link to the aberrant disease processes as well, but mostly in the aging process. So there is a huge avenue here where we can look at and I heard today an excellent talk from Karin Pirc from Germany. She's doing a lot of research, but I think here we are talking about the cutting edge technology of new generation sequencing, where we can employ on those patients if she's able to provide the information or the experiments which she's doing there or the data she's collecting. So the other possibilities, collaboratory projects could be the clinical trials using TM or other Ayurvedic interventions, the known biomarkers, which probably are already being done, but epigenetics and anti-inflammatory markers, telomerases, these can be looked at. But once we do the whole genome sequencing, we would be able to pinpoint and even find out the genes and the clusters, those who are involved or being changed during the TM or these interventions. So that would be really very important and very informative, and we might be able to create a technology which is termed as a personalized medicine. So, I mean, we have done a lot of work here. It's many published data from our institution, the technology which is available. For example, this iSpace, we can throw the whole pathways and the sequences on the three-dimensional way, and then we can look at by using the iSpace technology. But before that, obviously, the new generation sequencing and then creating the protocols after that. So more complex information can be obtained from these individuals. Obviously, I would be interested more into the blood vessels. So I think I would like to stop here, and then there are more possibilities in future. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hari Sharma. We will be delighted and looking forward to be working with your esteemed medical center, one of the finest in Europe. And we'll include, as you suggested, Dr. Karin's health center, and also we'll include like Ayurveda, yoga, and meditation all together, combined approach to, how the epigenetic level gets transformed. So it's a great, interesting presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to all.
Next, I would like to invite Dr. Bruno Renzi from Italy. He's taking great initiatives in Italy with respect to Ayurveda and Maharishi's organization in general.
Thank you, Girish ji. It's a great honor to be here. And I would like to present briefly some projects already implemented that aim to promote the dissemination of Ayurveda at the international level. The first project is regarding the Maharishi Ayurveda Not-Profit Fund. We created this fund just to promote the dissemination of Ayurveda. The mission of this fund is to promote Maharishi Ayurveda, the consciousness-based knowledge of perfect health worldwide, offering and providing educational, preventive, and curative programs, integrated the ancient Vedic health wisdom with the modern current healthcare system, and also to promote the application of Maharishi Ayurveda scientifically recognized programs to improve worldwide raising of collective consciousness, health, well-being, and social progress. From the financial point of view, the sources will be donation, bequests, governmental and private foundation grants, capital campaigns, fundraising for specific selected projects, and interest from investments and from low-interest loans return. The fund will promote the long-distance education. Main points in favor of long-distance education are possibility of involving a wide international audience of professionals and students, higher number of students compared to the residential courses, and hiring in relation to a specific project is a saving bonus strategy compared to the fixed salaries. And the main area of interest of this fund will be the Maharishi Ayurvedic training courses worldwide to medical doctors, healthcare practitioners, general public. Also to create a telemedicine platform to favor long-distance connection between patients and doctors, patients follow-up, and to create a network of connection in order to exchange information between Maharishi Ayurveda health professionals, and also to sponsor Maharishi knowledge expansion through congress, scientific publication, books, Maharishi Ayurveda lectures in academic institutions, Maharishi Ayurveda clinics, organic farming projects, and scientific research in a small amount, I think. And the second project regarding the MIU Master in Maharishi Ayurveda and Integrated Medicine, that with the aim of promoting the spread of Ayurveda at a high level of teaching and with the aim of standardizing teaching, this year we promoted and started in Italy the MIU Master in Maharishi Ayurveda and Integrative Medicine. The 3 years master is officially recognized by the High Learning Commission in the USA, and these masters represent an excellent training proposal with a high level of didactic completeness and interactivity among students. And the last project regards the center that we created in Milano, the Ayurveda Maharishi Health and Prevention Center in 2019. We created the Maharishi Ayurveda Health and Prevention Center in Italy with the aim of promoting Vedic knowledge. The center will be transformed into Maharishi College for Perfect Health Italy and will be connected with the Maharishi College for Perfect Health International with the aim of promoting Ayurvedic knowledge. Thank you for your listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Raja Bruno. So we would have loved to continue, but now there is we have gone beyond time. We have to close the session and close our congress here. Dr. Rainer Picha is there. He can say just a few words.
Yes. Yes. Thank you. No, I think it was very fulfilling to have all the expertise from around the world in Ayurveda gathered today. And just from the perspective of Maharishi Ayurveda, we have already created under Maharishi Yogi's leadership a network. And I just, in half a minute, I like to quickly mention all these great institutes such as MERU, Maharishi Research University, who is organizing this congress today, along with the International Maharishi Ayurveda Foundation. Then we have the Maharishi College of Perfect Health International that is developing and overseeing all Maharishi Ayurveda curricula across the globe. We have in USA the Maharishi International University, and in South America and Caribbean, we have UMLAC, the Maharishi University of Latin America and the Caribbean. And we are teaching through many other institutes, teaching institutes and universities, just to mention the alma mater European University, where a master program is on the way in Slovenia. And we heard about the Swiss Ayurveda umbrella organization. And this has produced over the last 35 years around 3,900 graduates, mainly from Maharishi Ayurveda training of experts and lay people, and over 1,000 Panchakarma technicians and so forth. And we have all over the world established clinics. Just In Europe, we have 11 Maharishi Panchakarma clinics in Germany, in UK, Netherlands, Austria, Turkey, Russia, Switzerland, France, and Italy. So this is a network. And I think with this and with all the other organizations, we are really on a turning point of expansion and coming back to the main theme of this Congress to bring Ayurveda into mainstream. We just need to join forces. We constantly need to bring out high quality studies that are tailored in providing solution to the present issues of modern medicine. And this will further open the doors of academic institutions, healthcare provider and decision makers. So I think we are well on the way. And I think research is key, and joining forces will accomplish this. Thank you.
Including remarks, great honor, great thanks to the whole AYUSH Ministry, especially Honourable Minister of AYUSH, Dr Mahendrabhai Munjpara, Minister of State from AYUSH Ministry. The thanks to Dr. His Excellency Pradeep Rawat, the Ambassador of India to the Netherlands, and the very distinguished AYUSH Delegation, Dr. Anupam Srivastava, Director of National Academy of Ayurveda, Ministry of AYUSH, Professor Dr. Samit Nathani from National Institute of Ayurveda in Jaipur, Dr. Sachin Kumar, Assistant Advisor to Ayurveda, Dr. Jovan Moda, Associate Professor from Institute of Teaching and Research in Ayurveda, ITRA. Thank you all that you have come here and participated in this great event. We have really gained a lot from you, what happens in India and how you have developed this whole accreditation system to spread Ayurveda and give authentic knowledge, and a lot of great programs in India and outside India, and it's a very inspiring thing to know that things are going in a right direction, in a good direction, and we see the future in a bright way. I would like to invite Dr. Anupam Srivastava to come and say a few words, please, as a concluding remark.
Thank you. Thank you, Girish sir, again giving me a chance to speak on this dais. A lot of deliberations has already happened, and in a very scientific way. First of all, I like to convey my sincere regards and thanks for my Minister of AYUSH for sending a huge delegation in a short notice. And I am also thankful for our Ambassador of India to Netherlands, who has been all the time with us. It is a great time, and yes, we have learnt, we have captured, we have secured the knowledge from all the expertise which is present here, and also through VC mode. Yes, it was a very short program, I do agree. At least 2 or 3 days is needed for the complete deliberation and complete ingestion of the knowledge and proper implementation, but nevertheless, we will have another round of the meetings if Ministry agrees, if Girish proposes. We can again accumulate, we can again come here, and we could share what we are doing in India, and we will learn also from our counterparts across the globe what they are learning. Definitely, we have learnt a lot from our representative from Switzerland, from Shimon, from Madanji, and all. Not least, I am thankful to all of you on the dais and off the dais for your nice deliberations and nice hospitality and food. Thank you. Thanks again to all, one and all. Thank you. Namaskar.